We welcome you to Guyana and to the National Stadium here in Providence for the beginning of the CWI ODI series between the West Indies and New Zealand. Shea Hope and Mitch Satner's team go head-to-head in a vital series, and much more so for the West Indies, who need the points to climb up the rankings table. 5 games in this series. The first, second and third will be here in Providence, all day-night matches, and then we move to Barbados for the final 2, the 4th and the 5th, 19th July and 21st July, a morning start and then a day-night game. A little bit earlier, the coin fell in favor of the West Indies and they elected to bowl first, hoping that the weather will continue to be good for us. Just confirmation of the teams with Vital Laws, the 19-year-old, making his international debut for the senior team from St. Jago High School in Wakefield, Savannah, St. Catherine, Jamaica, becomes the 230th ODI men's player to play for the West Indies. New Zealand with Matthew Fisher, a very, very exciting prospect. Already played international cricket, but a debut for him in ODIs, and a welcome return for Jacob Duffy. Jaden Lennox in there as well, and with Nichols and Young and Chapman, Mitchell, etc. at the top. Darren Ganga alongside me. The crowd, well, we hope that it continues to build, because this is such an important series for the West Indies to try to get in to, I suppose, that top 9 for qualification automatically for the World Cup in 2027.
Greetings, Bish. Greetings all. Indeed, very, very important series for the West Indies. Of course, they missed that last 50-over World Cup back in 2023, and they're hoping that they can secure qualification the organic way by ranking in the top 8 at the end of this cycle. We'll have to wait and see. But surely the West Indies will harbor thoughts of putting on a good show and winning this series to get their campaign back on track. New Zealand, on the other hand, they had a little bit of a slip-up against Bangladesh, in Bangladesh. But generally speaking, since 2025, they've been dominant in this format.
The trophy for which these teams will be battling. The winner will go the spoils, but there are bigger things at stake. New Zealand well positioned on the rankings table, missing a number of key players, including Matt Henry, including Carl Jameson, including Will O'Rourke, and 1 or 2 others who are either resting or unavailable. Teams will get into their formation, led by those young ones, some of whom have gone on to play international cricket in the past, but they are all lined up for the playing of the anthems.
us here to this region, but through it all, we have risen above. Through our flannel nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast, a sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and
Anthem's complete, and these fans know, the fans around the Caribbean region and across the globe understand the significance of this series for the West Indies. Ranked number 10 in the world at the moment. And March 31st, 2027 is the cutoff date for them trying to gain automatic qualification. New Zealand are in pole position, number 2 in the world, so they have less to concern themselves about. We'll be reminding you of what is needed with South Africa and Zimbabwe automatic qualifiers for that 2027 World Cup. And then the next top 8 teams, so the West Indies, desperate need of winning after they went down against Sri Lanka. They lost to New Zealand 3-0 in New Zealand, lost to Bangladesh in Bangladesh last year. So Darren Ganga, with the addition of young Vital Laws, the young Jamaican wrist spinner, 10 wickets for the West Indies under-19 at the last World Cup, hasn't played a professional senior game ever. What are we to expect against a New Zealand team without Matt Henry, Carl Jamieson, Devon Conway, Ben Sears, Blair Tickner, Glenn Phillips, Zach Folks, Rachin Ravindra?
Yeah, it makes for an exciting prospect. An unfolding of events. West Indian fans will hope going in their direction, whereas for New Zealand, many of their players playing in the Caribbean for the first time, there is an opportunity for them to enhance their reputations, to really show their quality as one of the best ODI teams in this cycle beyond their borders, which is quite significant. It speaks to your adaptability as a team. And Caripere, who's known for opening the bowling in most formats, will have the chance to open things up for the West Indies. Remember, the West Indies with 3 genuine spin options for this first ODI match. Vital Laws, of course, an exciting prospect. It reminds me a bit of Fidel Edwards when he was plucked out of nowhere, selected for a test match against Sri Lanka back in 2023, picked up a 5-wicket haul on debut and led the West Indies to victory in that test match and in that series. One would hope that Laws makes use of his opportunity and really showcase his credentials to the world as a left-arm spinner. Here he is. I'm sure there are butterflies within his stomach. He's so excited with the occasion, but he'll be prepared.
Carrie Pierre.
Very nice there, Pierre. Take a touch. Oh, yeah.
Was Henry Nichols, after a very, very strong domestic season, forced his way back into the international team, played my test series in England.
Oh, yeah.
And did well coming back after the retirement of Kane Williams. No more Kane on the international scene. Deep backward square and long on. First runs for New Zealand. Slight error from local boy Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, short of a length delivery. Nichols happy to stand back, but I'm sure he was watchful too, because we've spoken a lot about the luring of bounce from the surface. So as a batter, you're always thinking about keeping that head forward, keeping your balance.
Down, Lozzie.
Did notice that in the last series, Nick Kelly was the opening batter for New Zealand. So new pair at the top for New Zealand in ODIs.
Oh, yeah. What a start, Kappa. What a start, Kappa.
It's good that Vital Laws got a little touch on the ball 2 balls ago. You'll see a lot of smiling from him as long as things are in his favor. He's vibrant, he's energetic. And he talks about the inspiration he derived from Adam Zampa that caused him to pick up the art of leg spin bowling or wrist spin.
Oh, yeah.
2 without loss.
Caribbean opening the bowling for the West Indies. Henry Nichols and Will Young opening the batting for New Zealand.
Here in Ghana, of course, over the last few weeks, a lot of rain. So eyes will be on the surface where spin dominated in the last 5 matches here. Last ODI back in 2022, I think. Not to say that seamers can't make an impact, and one of those gentlemen, Shamar Joseph, knows these conditions brilliantly. 2 slips in place, a deep third and a fine leg. Runs for Young. Could be 4 of them, is 4 of them. The first boundary of the contest.
A controlled stroke from Will Young. His first ball off this surface. You can just sense that he's extra watchful. Keep your eyes on his hand. Didn't try to go too quickly through the ball and the line. He was waiting for the ball to come to him, so at least he could be in sufficient control to hit that true cover point. That's great skill. First up from the opener. Batted at number 3 in that last series against Bangladesh. The Bangladesh won 2-1 against New Zealand.
And the West Indies will be familiar with Will Young. And one of the things that they did well against him in the past, particularly in New Zealand on the previous tour last year. Because he plays with very low hands when he pushes at the ball and an open face, they nicked him off a couple of times on that good length, which we see so often in all forms of the game, just on the off stump, is one of several ways to attack him. That sort of area there that Joseph is trying to find, trying to incrementally work his way closer to the off stump to draw that bat away from the body. Now, and second slip went a couple of balls ago.
Bish and viewers, I was in a little bit of a conundrum while I was doing that pitch report because I looked at the surface and there were visible cracks. It appeared dry, but when I spoke with the curator, he did mention that the water content is above average. So I wasn't sure what the surface was going to offer with lateral movement, given those pieces of information.
Yeah, right about it. And I think that's what New Zealand as well are going to have to try to work out. Because if we as watchers and observers are in some sort of conjecture as to how the surface might play, New Zealand will also have to try to figure out what is a good score. What can we set? Because sometimes under lights, the dew forms, not all the time. All of those factors into play. Short point fielder after that drive early in the over. Shortish point. That's the area that they want to work away at with Will Young. 7 without loss. Good to see the young ones here. John Campbell at slip.
Yes, Gary, yes, Kappa, yes, Kappa.
Just looking at this New Zealand squad, what is quite material is the fact that only 4 players in the squad have played ODI cricket here in the Caribbean. So very inexperienced, you can say, with the conditions in these parts.
Oh, yeah.
Outside of Bracewell, Latham, Mitchell and Santner, no other New Zealand player have had experience playing ODI cricket in the Caribbean. So this is a wonderful opportunity for those players. Yeah, quite some experience there. Tom Latham had 100 in that last series against England, the Test series though.
Don't let off, don't let him off. Go ahead, Curry. Start us off here, Curry.
Other thing I'm looking closely at is the form of Gary Pierre, because outside of first-class cricket that completed just around May, hasn't been involved in competitive cricket. Remember, he is a replacement player in this West Indian side. And it's not often easy for you to walk into a competitive environment at this level without having intense cricket as prep. So far, so good. His control looks quite impeccable.
Oh, that gripped. That definitely gripped. We'll have a look at that again at some point. 10 without loss.
Get there.
A lot of upgrading, a lot of construction, a lot of infrastructure improvement in this nation of Guyana.
Again, just slightly. Yeah.
And for Shamar Joseph, and against Nichols, he's got a sort of a very wide fine leg and a deep third.
What?
Did watch Shamar Joseph closely in that test series against Sri Lanka. 7 wickets overall to him. Bowled with great speed, as is a high quality of his fast bowling. One thing that was noticeable was that ability to bring the ball into right hand, as we've seen him operate, taking the ball away primarily in this short spell.
Good backing up, good running. Yeah, the ball definitely gripped the last ball of the previous over by Gary Pierre, who's not known to be a big spinner of the ball. So whether that is moisture in the surface or dryness of the pitch, we'll find out more as we go along. But very early in the game to get that degree of deviation. There's Vital Laws again. Such a wonderful moment for this young man. It is something of an educated punt or gamble for the young Jamaicans in Catherine in Jamaica. St. Jago High School, one of the oldest high schools in the island, the nation of Jamaica. Exciting prospect, but he'll be tested. New Zealand are a team that have gone to India. They've won. They lost in Bangladesh in the one-day series. They've gone to England in Test cricket and they've won. They tend to be a good assessment of the sum of their parts. And so when Vital comes under the pump, Shea Hope and Darren Sammy and company are going to have to guide him well, trust him, believe in him, because they will come at him at some point in the series.
There's that skiddy bounce we often speak about when playing competitive cricket here at the National Stadium. short of a length delivery, not allowing Young to get under it, to use the pace, to maybe execute a cut stroke. Just hitting the bottom part of that horizontal bat. So we'll watch to see the adjustment from these two opening batters.
Right there. 13 without loss. Don't want to oversimplify it. Just in that lighter colored spot as a fast bowler you're running in, it's just a slight discoloration that tells you force Will Young to make the running. Don't give him any experimental deliveries to score off. Carry Pierre. That long on and deep backward square.
Another very important element of this series is the competitive nature amongst the spin from the West Indies. Gudakesh Moti just off the boil a bit with his bowling form. And I always believe when you have healthy competition within a side, it can elevate those players who are competing for one or two spots. And if you look at Moti, his 22 matches up until 2024, good average, 33 wickets. Beyond that, only 9. So it tells you there is a concern for the West Indies when it comes to their bowling unit being able to penetrate opposition batters. Also in the spin department. So maybe Vital Laws, Carry Pierre can enhance that.
Henry Nicholls will look to enhance his scoring now because it's a free hit signaled by Dighton Butler. Nothing behind the line, grounded or raised at first contact of that right leg. Wind comes off Pierre's left shoulder to his right, I think, as he runs in.
Diffuses that threat of conceding a boundary. Carry Pierre directing this one into the pad. A little bit faster and fuller. And just staying with Gudakesh Moti, of course, I've seen him played a lot of T20 cricket. I just wonder if it is a symptom of so much of that format of the game just eroding his cutting edge that he brings with his spin option. Maybe not imparting sufficient revs, focusing on turning the ball, slowing his pace down. Those are variables you can look at as a spinner when you're not being as penetrative as could be. One of the other things that I've seen wane in his bowling is that impeccable control that he has. Looking forward to see how he goes and to see his current form as a bowler.
He left home a bit early there, Will Young. 15 without loss.
End of the over, 15 without loss. West Indies winning the toss, New Zealand batting first.
vehicular traffic heading over the wonderfully constructed bridge. And a lot of people walk with their exercise regime in the mornings and certainly in the evenings, as I saw them yesterday evening. I only saw them from down below, so wonderful addition. Round the wicket for Shamar.
Crowd growing here at the National Stadium in Guyana. It's a country that is very passionate about the game. They will turn out in their numbers to support, regardless of the standard of play, the format of the game. So I expect this crowd to build as we go deep into the night.
Good Shamar to Will Young. I talked about them nicking him off in the past, particularly, for example, Shamar wasn't there, but in New Zealand last time. But that information would have passed on into that good length area in that channel. Occasionally, you're looking to mix it up. But don't get bored of doing it. You're looking for wickets in the power play, yes. But Will Young has to make the running. Will get to the boundary. Touch too straight. Leg byes given, but runs for New Zealand.
Just not getting sufficient bat. Again, still at this phase of the innings, he will be assessing the pace from the surface. So his hands will be on the slower side. He wouldn't want to close the blade of the bat too early. Hence the ball making contact with the thigh.
Too straight as a response to the left-right combination of the opening partnership as well. Nice shot. It has come on nicely enough to hit it on top of the bounce. Very pleasant from Young.
And the timing much better. So it says he's getting accustomed to the pace of the ball off the surface. And Shamar Joseph with speeds of in excess of 140 will make life easy, very easy for opening batters. Just requiring a firm wrist and presentation of that blade to find the gap.
Might have been tight, but good running. Casey Carty, the fielder.
Was he in? Was he in? Direct hit might have been the first wicket for the West Indies. He was struggling there.
It's a pet shot of Henry Nicholls, and he gets a boundary as well. So 2 boundaries as well as 4 leg byes in the over. 14 off it, 29 for none. Henry Nichols, of course, in the game a long time, from as far back as 2015 in this format, and a very good Plunkett Shield where he averaged 96, over 800 runs. That cover drive, a big part of the way he plays. Captain, of course, his domestic team back in New Zealand, Canterbury. And he had a good Ford Trophy as well. 588 runs at 75. So that is what forced him back into the reckoning in the Test side in England, where he got that 100. Selected a man in top form. Deep square leg and long off.
Oh yes, boy. I love that, I love that, I love that.
See Alzarri Joseph getting loose there at short fine leg, so it might indicate, top of your screen, that he might come into play next over.
Yeah, but just looking at those 3 overs that Shamar Joseph bowled, didn't see a bouncer. I just feel when you're playing on surfaces like this one, where on average the bounce is lower, you need to test batters early in their innings. The unfamiliarity of the conditions could create a wicket-taking chance, and I'm saying to do it against Young, the right-hander hitting into the wind. So maybe it's something that Alzarri Joseph could think of, someone who uses that shot of a good length to good effect with his pace.
Oh yeah!
Variable bounce. Variable bounce. That did not get up anywhere near as much as Henry Nichols anticipated. He did well to get bat on it.
And this is a moment that will make an opening batter smile, because it just creates doubt in your mind. Your trust of the surface erodes. So you start to think about approaches to counter it.
At the point of a short ball, I don't think Alzarri Joseph will need any encouragement to bowl a short ball. I'm not averse to it, and particularly from the end in which he's bowling. And for Caripia, who's bowled well, he'll be enjoying seeing occasional turn, occasional low bounce. What's a good total? Shea-Hope did well to gather or to get a hand on it.
And he's been suffering with this left shoulder of his. It caused him to miss the first test against Sri Lanka. Did say that it's still a niggle.
Steady opening partnership, 35 without loss.
And of over number 7, 35 without loss. New Zealand losing the toss and acts to bat first. Ladies and gentlemen, may I remind you that all children can access the ground in all 3 of the one-day internationals slated for right here at the National Stadium. And you can pick up your phones and get to the ladies and let them know that today's ODI game, all ladies are free.
That man, Darryl Mitchell, with his exceptional record this year, a couple centuries and a half century in 3 matches that he's played. He will be the solid rock in that middle order. It's been a watchful start by New Zealand, being sent in by Shea-Hope. Alzarri Joseph for the first time today. He will provide a different challenge from the other Joseph Shamar, who is more of a hit the deck type. Alzarri might look for some away swing. Not much swing on offer from what we've seen so far. Stacey and Adams alongside me. Good afternoon, Stacey. How have you seen the early exchanges?
Hello to you, Samuel. Hello to everyone. Yeah, New Zealand at this moment just gathering information. His first 10 overs so important to set the tone for the rest of the batting innings. These two quite circumspect in their operation. A few balls keeping low as well. But very professional start from the two opening batters.
Yeah, the previous commentators mentioned the plethora of absentees from this New Zealand setup. A couple top order batters as well. Devon Conway, Rachin Ravindra not here. In addition to the bowlers, this will be checked, no doubt. Very close to the boundary, and I just wonder if he was in contact with the ball. These young kids looking on at the action at this stadium, nice to see. Yeah, I just wonder if he was in contact with the ball and the boundary's edge as well at the same time. Did look so initially from my vantage point. I wonder if he did well enough. And with Django, the man down in that fine leg region. He is a wicketkeeper by trade, so can be a little bit lenient on him, but we just want confirmation. Are we going to see the frown from Azari? Just want to have another look, a close-up, magnified view of this. Seems as though that's the best vantage point that the umpire has to work with, the television umpire. Right, so it seemed to have been deemed okay, and we shall continue. But no matter who they put on the park, Stacey, there is that DNA that New Zealand play with. They always look to punch above their weight. They always look to be very meticulous in what they do. And these two, despite all of what has been spoken about this venue, the unfamiliarity with so many of them in these parts, they have done a very good job to date. Understanding the conditions, a nice little whip again. It will challenge the boundary. Quick outfield despite all of the rain. In fact, it goes for 4. Nice little shot there from Young.
And it's been a lot of this from the New Zealand batters. They haven't been trying to overhit the ball. There you go again. Just timing it and getting that placement as well. Quick outfield. Ogis tried to catch up with it. He was unable to. Just whipping it through the leg side there. Yeah. Will Young here surpassed his high score against West Indies as well in this format.
Seven runs from the first Alzari Joseph's over, 42 without loss. A magnificent piece of architecture here in Guyana. Carey Pierre will continue into his 5th over. Yes, so opportunities for others in this tour. It's really a fact-finding mission for New Zealand. Different priorities for each of these two teams. West Indies in search of vital points for direct qualification as they try to get into that top 9. And for New Zealand, it's about testing their depth and trying to shape what their potential squad might look like in just over a year's time for the 2027 ODI World Cup. That does not mean, though, that they would be any less difficult to get a win against.
Yeah, nice. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Keep rolling.
Yeah, and the right-left combination of the top two, so important to just ask different questions of the bowlers having to adjust the line and the length.
Victory! Victory to West Indies! Yes, man. Yes, man.
Yeah, no doubt who they're supporting. As the breeze across the venue will provide a little bit of respite in all of the humidity that we're so used to in these parts.
Oh, yeah.
Can't find a way through just yet in power play 1, the West Indies. In there, just short. Django in backward point. Just a couple of runs in that over 44 without loss. Nice little foundation being laid by these two opening batters. New Zealand have some spinners of their own who will feature a little bit later on. For now, though, Azari Joseph continues. Yes, Stacey, just looking at the last series that was played here at this stadium, as we look at this opportunity that fell short, comfortably short of Amir Django. First real, I suppose, fall stroke from the Kiwis. Yeah, that last series back in 2022, West Indies against Bangladesh. Average first innings score was quite low, and it's been trending downwards in the recent past. All 3 matches in that series won by the team chasing, batting first in game 1, 149, game 2, 108, and then 178. I don't necessarily think that gives us a good enough gauge of what we can expect here. That was 4 years ago. And from what we've seen so far, it seems easy-paced enough. So I think upwards of 200 should be on the cards. But just a little historical note. Bangladesh won that series 3-0. So the West Indies record at this venue too, Stacey, has been abysmal.
Yeah, conditions that's not in their favor. slower tracks here in Guyana. And they'll want to keep that home record in check, though. They've done so well at home in recent times, West Indies. And perhaps added to the stat that you just presented and their record chasing as well, West Indies 8 out of 9 times won. Why they perhaps decided that it was best to have a ball first. But as you rightly pointed out, Samuel, looks quite easy out there. Is it a case of New Zealand making it look easy?
In the pitch report, we did hear about a certain consistency in what is presented. And we haven't seen much swing. We've seen a little bit of turn, some variability in bounce. So it does look as though it's an easy pace wicket with this new hard ball. I don't know how things will change as we go deeper into the innings. But platform being laid. And maybe a little bit lower than he thought. That's the end of power play 145 without loss, New Zealand. Nice and solid from New Zealand. Yeah, right-left combination to get things going for New Zealand. Some crisp strokes along the way. Very compact and organized, these two batters. Just waiting for anything loose. Looking to time and place more than anything else. Very watchful, trying to assess unfamiliar conditions. So after 10 overs, they are unscathed on 45. West Indians have used 3 bowlers to date. We're about to see the introduction of a 4th, Gudakesh Moti, hometown hero, a middle overs specialist. A little paddle sweep to welcome him to the bowling attack. I just wonder if that will bring about a change in feel. And that's the reason for strokes such as this, Stacey. It's not necessarily to score runs there, but just to change the feel, and they do so now. So that short square leg, because of this shot, has moved from square leg to fine leg. And it makes it easier for him now just to nudge it into that leg side and get the single. A less risky shot. So good manipulation of the field. He scores to the offside now.
Yeah, that has been another aspect of this New Zealand opening partnership. The deliberateness with which they are looking to get those singles as well.
He's trying to regain his best form, Gudakesh Moti.
Yes, Mota.
Has been tweaking his game, working on a few different options. We see him with that wrist spin against the left-handers, more so in T20 cricket than one-day internationals. Now this will be a useful opening partnership. 50 on the board now for these two. A nice little productive pair for New Zealand.
10.4.
Yeah, very solid start from this pair. Complement each other quite well. The communication is good also. Left and right hand combination at the top. West Indies unable to get a wicket in that power play. So a really good start for New Zealand in unfamiliar conditions.
Given West Indies' record here, I don't know how familiar they are too with these conditions, but a run at least from every ball of that multi over, 53 without loss. I know which direction I would be rather going on that particular bridge. I post the 2023 World Cup at home. This is that win percentage. Batting second, vastly outweigh batting first. First time these two are opening the batting. And it's a nice start for them. And they'll be growing in confidence, they see the deeper they go into this innings. Scoring at 4.75 at the moment. I just wonder if they think that they're doing enough, if they feel that they have to do a little bit more, because the role of these two openers, in addition to giving them that platform, is to get information from the surface. And I just wonder what sort of information they've gleaned in terms of that first innings score. I guess we'll find out in a couple overs more if they remain there and we see a change in their approach.
Yeah, and in the back of their minds, they'll be thinking about whether conditions will change later on, what effects the light will have on the surface. Whether there'll be dew as well. Whether there'll be dew formation later on also. So definitely they'll be thinking about what sort of total will be good and what their bowlers can defend as well.
There seemed to be a little bit more intent in this particular over from Will Young. So I'm advancing to Mazari Joseph yet again. Excited to see the left arm wrist spinner in action though. And West Indies would want to, and Shea Hope in particular, be very strategic in when they introduce him to the attack. Will feel as though he missed out on that occasion. Yeah, the selection of Laws is a projection selection, isn't it? He's been plucked out from never having played a senior match either for Jamaica or anyone. West Indies have seen something in him, that rarity to accelerate his exposure at the international level. It's something that they've been searching for. And I mentioned that New Zealand are looking at options and to frame their squad. In a sense, Darren Sammy has that same responsibility. In as much as he wants points for automatic qualification, he too is searching for options in which to frame his ideal one-day international squad. And this year will be another option for him. if all goes well.
Yeah, and particularly in that spin department, they've been hunting for a number of leg spinners, West Indies. They have Gudakesh Moti. But they certainly want to get an effective spinner in this format of the game. Yeah, Moti's there. There's a loud appeal though from Azari Joseph. Yeah, not interested, but Moti's there is about who can partner him going forward. Yeah, 56 without loss after 12.
Yeah, a nice mixture here for New Zealand in terms of experience. The debutant, Matthew Fisher, excited to see what he will do a little bit later on. Jaden Lennox in there as well. So opportunities again. It will be Gudakesh Moti to continue slip in position. Yeah, this will challenge the boundary. In fact, it's very well timed and placed by Will Young. A little bit of premeditation. He got down quite early and found it in the exact spot he wanted.
Yeah, some really good mechanics on the sweep shot from Will Young. Yes, it was on that line that was easy to pick for him, but getting low, reaching out, head over it, very balanced in his execution.
Yes!
A muted appeal there. Gudakesh Moti just has to find that ideal pace at which to bowl. Sometimes I find as though he's trying to firing the ball and not giving it enough time to deceive the batters and to get something from the surface. The quicker you bowl, the less opportunity you're giving the ball to turn from the surface, and so at times he has bowled too quickly. Can he make the adjustment? Just a shade under 90 kmph he's operating at the moment, which is, in my mind, at least 5 Ks too many. You can see it there at the bottom of your screen. Can he get to that 82, 83, 84 kilometers per hour?
Yes, man.
You can see there was a decrease in pace, and it created a little bit of uncertainty. That one was 82 and a half, and that's the sort of pace I think he should be operating at. Back up to 89 to end the over, 63 without loss. Wonder of the world right here in Guyana. Look at those projected scores, quite healthy from a New Zealand perspective, and in these conditions, highest opening partnership for New Zealand against the West Indies in the West Indies. Looking to push that even further. Got there quite easily in the end. I just thought that the fielder was a little bit slow getting around. Yeah, comfortably in.
Yeah, they've been judging singles quite well this pair. Quick run in, they were committed to that, so no scares at all for New Zealand.
And looking at the penultimate ball of the previous over from Gudakesh Moti, that was the only one that was around that 82 kilometers per hour mark. Nice little loop, and you can see the batter had to adjust his stroke. So he produced a little bit of falseness from the New Zealand batter when he bowled it slower because he's expecting it to come on quickly. And I just think that he needs to be at that speed more often, Gudakesh Moti. A dive, missed it, and so it will trickle away. It dribbles there now, actually. Zari Joseph is angered by that effort.
Thought Carty should have done a lot better there, but this is a shot that Will Young has played very well since his introduction to the middle. Yeah, he tried, Carty, just unable to get a hand to it. He's showing some disappointment.
I don't mind that actually, Stacey. I don't mind throwing in the dive because if you chase after it, more often than not, it's 4 anyway. So try to cut the angle and put in the dive. I personally have no issues with it. Of course, the bowler will have a different perspective. That run rate has now gone over 5 runs and over. So what we were speaking about a little earlier, the intent is there now. They are well set, and they've sort of assessed the conditions and thinking perhaps closer to 250, Stacey.
Yeah, and it's easy pace batting from New Zealand. Haven't seen a shot out of anger from them. Anything loose, they've been prepared to put it away. But the running as well has been excellent. Just trying to minimize these dot balls. Very important, and a surface you expect to get slower. Yeah, and there you go again. Yeah, when boundaries are hard to come by, ensuring that they get those quick singles any which way they can.
Yeah, such an important point, that strike rotation and minimizing the dot deliveries in conditions that may not be as favorable. And that's where the real skill comes in. The ability to manipulate and deflect the ball into the gaps. And that, to me, has stood out from these two. Yes, the right-left combination helps, but they've nudged and noodled quite exceptionally. And dot to end the 14th, 71 without loss.
Welcome back. 71 for no loss. New Zealand have been impenetrable so far in this first one-day international of the CWI ODI series between West Indies and New Zealand. The Black Caps showing us why they are one of the best in the world in this format. Darren Ganga, beautiful day here in Guyana. Sun is shining and the crowds have been pouring into the Providence Stadium here to see their side as they attempt to gain points for qualification to the 2027 World Cup next year.
Good to see you, Alex. Great to you on comms. Yeah, of course, glorious day for cricket. Positive start for New Zealand. Just to add to what you just said about New Zealand being a team that has succeeded very well in this format, they're also one of the more adaptable teams in world cricket. You think of them dominating against India recently, and also against England, playing in foreign conditions across different formats. They have that DNA to make things happen, to find a way.
Whenever you hear a Kiwi being interviewed, they talk immediately about assessing conditions. You talk about the DNA, it's a great term. I heard Badri mention it earlier. It is the culture of the people. They are an even people. If you've ever been to New Zealand or if you know the Kiwis, they don't get too excited. They don't want to be too flashy. They're not rash. They stay in their process, and that process brings results. Formidable side. Moti continuing.
You make a great point, Alex. You often hear coaches and captains talk about aspiring to becoming a team or a player where your best day is very close to your worst day on the field. And that is a consistency that you strive for when you're playing international cricket. And even when you're competing at all levels, maintain your standard of play.
On the rare occasion where we see the Kiwis lose, obviously a depleted side in Bangladesh, there's not a great deal of disappointment if they have stayed in their process. The outcome is not the thing. If they've done the right thing, they're satisfied with that. It's a great culture and one to be admired. Simple single to finish the over. After 15, New Zealand 75 without loss.
End of over number 15, 75 without loss. New Zealand been asked to bat first.
Is it? Is it a drink break? They thought so. It's a hydration break. A bustling metropolis now, Guyana, fastest growing economy in the world. If you have been coming to Guyana over the years, it's just hard to explain how much has changed and just how quickly. And lots happening here this weekend, including the Guyana Grand Prix, the third leg of the GT Challenge de las Americas. So lots of people in town for the car racing tomorrow, and of course many here to catch this first one-day international in the CWI ODI series. Here we see him, the youngster, Vital Laws on debut.
Southern end of the ground, Vital Laws replaces Alzari Joseph.
Comes out of St. Jago High School in Jamaica. Just the single. It's a very big stage for this young man. Nikita Miller, specialist coach alongside and has been with him. Investment in the future of the West Indies, this wonderful skill. The left arm wrist spin.
And many will have their eyes on him. Whether you're West Indian or just a cricket fan, you'll be keen to see how he goes with his control, his variety too. His conventional wrist spin will turn away from the left-hander.
Oh, yes, boy, yes, boy.
A little short, first couple deliveries, and you'll expect that because there will be nerves. His first match at this level.
St. Jago High School, not famous for producing world-class cricketers, but Johan Blake went to that school. Fastest man alive. Malena Walker, Olympia champion. And Juliet Campbell. So some wonderful athletic talent out of that high school. They'll be proud to see this young man on the international stage. No previous professional games, gang.
And I like that he's smiling. He's embracing the moment. I'd just like to see some of the senior players in this team communicate with him while this process is unfolding. First over in ODIs. And that's a much better length. In 10 wickets to Laws in that recent ICC Under-19 World Cup.
That's right. And he was picked on the team of the tournament. Really stood out, distinguished himself. This is a step up. Just making it look rather easy at the moment, New Zealand. This format they enjoy and their style suits it. They've been watchful. They've been careful. They're now going at a run rate just over 5. Oh, it's out caught! Vital Laws, you beauty, into the side on debut. And he's picked up his first wicket.
Maiden one-day international wicket to the left-arm wrist spinner from Jamaica. Wasn't the best of deliveries, but it's a moment that has really sort of returned the investment in talent, despite having a track record to get to that decision. Nichols just tugging this one to the leg side, not finding the elevation, the lowering of bounce maybe outdoing him on that occasion, but it brings a special moment to a special talent. Well done, Laws. Nichols departs for 27, it's 80 for 1.
First wicket going down for New Zealand. Nichols, 27. The score is now 80 for 1. He was caught by Carrie Pierre of the bowling of Laws on his debut match, actually. Congratulations to you. So the score now, at least when the wicket fell, was 80 for a loss of 1. So New Zealand losing their first wicket, putting up a good partnership of 80 runs.
When it gets to 86. Oh, when did it get to 86? Right, okay. This is a mistake.
You have left your windows down on their car, on the tarmac, and you're putting the police under some extra pressure to keep looking out for you. So you need to get down to the tarmac, owner of vehicle or the driver of vehicle PKF 1058. Thank you.
80 for 1 here at Providence, and the crowd and the Calypso have gotten that much louder. Because after New Zealand's highest opening stand against West Indies in West Indies took place, a vital wicket taken by the youngster. Vital Laws on debut. How you like that one, gangs?
I know you're very good with words, Alex. And he will be very pleased with that outcome. 5th youngest player to debut in ODI cricket for the West Indies. And he's got an immediate success.
Mark Chapman, the new batter. Very experienced. And Will Young quietly working his way. 44 off 55 currently. We'll just be looking to keep things cool here after the loss of the first wicket. Opportunity perhaps for Moti at the other end now. A couple of dots to start. This is good pressure. A nice little run of play for the Windies.
We did see in that first over from Gurukesh Moti him being unable to build dot deliveries now. 3 dots in the over.
Oh, just a little error there. Amir Jangu with the fumble, allowing the single. Break the shackle somewhat, brings Mark Chapman on strike.
John. Stay. Let Jangu stay up point.
Little field change here for the left-hander.
Yeah, I looked at that last series when New Zealand played against Bangladesh, which the loss was Tom Latham. I batted at number 4.
Yeah, a number of names missing. New Zealand using this series as an opportunity to test their depth in both. 82 for 1.
And I reckon in conditions like these, you have a slight advantage if you have a left-right combination out in the middle, because you're always putting pressure on bowlers to change their lines, maybe change their lengths depending on their line of attack against you as a batter. And New Zealand have gone for the same. Chapman, another lefty to join the right-handed Young.
Vital Laws continues. It's looking good. It's a nice composed start from the youngster. You mentioned his countenance, smiley and jubilant, but he is showing us he understands the seriousness as well of the occasion. That one loose and dismissed as it should be. Might well be the first 6 of the encounter, and so signaled by umpire Alex Wharf.
Once more, just gripping the ball too tightly on this occasion, pulling the hand down, the non-bowling hand falling away, so not finding that perfect length to the left-handed Chapman. And he's a top-class player, so he'll apply that pressure onto the bowler with that big 6 through mid-wicket. Laws now has to handle that pressure of conceding a 6.
Yeah, good reply.
So straight away you can see that he's struggling a bit with his control. And I'm not saying that as a criticism, because as a wrist spinner, that's one of the most difficult things for you to acquire, a great degree of control.
It's a very challenging art. There's a reason why there are not a whole heap of wrist spinners knocking about the place.
And it takes countless hours, years for you to master those intricate skills with control, with variation, with adjustments on release, finding the right pace. And so far he's been good. 82, 83 kilometers per hour. Samuel Badji was talking about the optimal speed to get maximum turn off the surface, maybe to have that guile in your flight too for the ball to loop, as against using excessive pace where you reduce your chances of significant turn.
Oh, yeah.
Full. Remember too, he's bowling not only to Mark Chapman but to Will Young, who knows these conditions, was here for the GSL, played with the Central Stags, so a formidable pair in the middle for the Black Caps. Oh, a chance! Through the fingers. Can he stop it at the boundary? Yeah, pick up a couple, so maybe an opportunity goes a beg in there, but 10 from the over. New Zealand 92 for 1. .92 for 1 for New Zealand in this first one-day international at Providence in Guyana. West Indies won the toss and decided to bowl first, and it was a steady start from the Kiwis until the breakthrough from the young debutante, Vital Laws. Almost had two. I'm sure we'll be looking at that opportunity shortly. Muted appeal from Moti's first delivery.
That's over. Was created another chance. It was difficult though, but Carripier is an excellent fielder. Couldn't hold on.
How did it miss?
And that's a guile I spoke about. It's 79 kilometers per hour in speed, so it's a little bit slower from Moti. And what he does is pushes the batter to wait a little bit longer. Playing the wrong line. Ball just angling in. Young catering for turn. Away turn. So close for Moti.
Yeah, this is a little momentum here. Sometimes these ones stick, sometimes they don't. To be fair, Ganga, it was humming towards him.
And you expect that if you're so close to the batter. Has to be a catch taken with good reaction.
Oh, this one's high. Is a fielder far away? Good effort. Unlucky. Shamar Joseph, a wonderful athlete, saw it early, but he had a lot of ground to cover.
He did. He ran in with all his speed. Again, that is end of the ground where the wind will take it further away from him, because he's hitting with the wind to the leg side. And just getting fingertips to this one.
So Gudakesh Moti, after creating a couple of almost chances, gets the wicket he deserves.
And realizing the speed that is most effective. You might just say it has taken him a couple overs to get that optimal speed to mesmerize the opposition batters, and he did do that on this occasion. Appreciate the slowness, the flight, and luring Young into closing his blade too early. He was searching for a single through mid-wicket and mid-on, and found the safe pair of hands of Moti. One short of a 50. 96 for 2.
Batting all-rounder Daryl Mitchell is next in. Solid lineup this for the Kiwis, even though vastly changed from earlier in the year. This is a wonderful opportunity for Captain Mitchell Santner to have a look at his reserves. Yeah, 54 innings. Look at that average, not so bad. So making inroads here, the West Indies, after a slow start from them. Off the mark immediately. 19 gone, 97 for 2. Chapman and Mitchell in the middle for New Zealand here at Providence. 97 for 2 in this first one-day international between West Indies and New Zealand.
Yeah, Gudakesh Moti just slowing his speed down, creating more problems. Just setting up that wicket taking. Yeah, it was just a lure. The pressure created.
Yeah, wonderful that it was the very next ball and he did it all himself. Caught and bowled. That will be great for Moti. That's nicely bowled as well, Shamar Joseph.
He hails from this spot. He's played a lot of cricket at this venue. Would have taken a little bit of time to adjust and settle like everyone else. And now he's into his work.
How good will that be in front of his home crowd? And some confidence at a time where his form's not been the best. We know what he is capable of. Worked behind square for a comfortable single. They'll want to build a bit of a partnership here in New Zealand and get things back to the nice, calm, placid way they began this.
Yeah, he did operate for a short while alongside another spinner. Laws and Moti were operating together. Sometimes you just have a chemistry with a bowling partner. Again, it's information for Shea Hope, for Darren Sammy to put into the think tank.
Wolfie, can I get an half stamp, please?
Round the wicket for Shamar Joseph on this occasion. That's beautifully struck. It was just checked down the ground, timed it well, hummed past the fielder for 4.
And West Indies will be disappointed with this effort from Alzari Joseph because they're much more polished than this with their out cricket. Usually, Rayon Griffith, Darren Sammy, they speak about setting a high standard in the outfield with their work along the ground. That should have been stopped.
Shamar Joseph's time to have hand on hips. It was Alzari Joseph a few overs ago, disappointed with the work in the field.
West Indies out there. Fully West Indies. New Zealand guy. Oh. Oh.
Some confident fans. Why not here in Guyana? I love their cricket. So knowledgeable. So they'll feel good and buoyed after picking up a couple of wickets. They know they need more.
Quite interesting to see the sponsor of the West Indies team be the Global Super League, a tournament originating out of Guyana, backed by the government, that is intended to promote sport tourism, give players an opportunity to develop and compete against other cricketing cultures across the globe, Alex.
Well, we've enjoyed it, haven't we, gangs? Year after year. So excited again for this year. We'll be back in Guyana July 22nd for the start of the Global Super League. Yeah, wonderful to see them as a sponsor for Windies cricket, and why not? Yeah, one ecosystem, one West Indies, and of course Guyana taking a good lead. 20 overs gone now, New Zealand 103 for 2.
New Zealand bringing up their 100 and 20 overs gone. New Zealand, of course, let me just remind you, they lost the toss. They were asked to bat first. And 2 wickets gone. One off the bowling of Vital Laws and the second one off the bowling of Rakesh Murthy.
Wonderful breeze here at Providence all the time, blowing across the ground the flags of New Zealand, the West Indies flag, and of course the Guyanese flag, the yellow arrow.
Right, how will that wicket earlier from Moti change his body language, his positive outlook? Will that impact his bowling further? Did see Carey Pear extract turn, bowl a little bit slower. I'm sure that information is information that is shared between bowlers to adjust in the right direction.
And you talked about chemistry between bowlers as well. Just the rhythm you can probably sense from the other end. Bringing a slip in, Moti. Tails up.
What we picked up earlier, of course, is average speed higher for Gudakesh Moti as against Carey Pear. Average turn higher for Carey Pear as against Gudakesh Moti. So, 2 very similar spinners operating in familiar conditions, but with different outcomes.
We've been speaking all day about the way that the New Zealand culture really promotes this idea of staying in the process, not getting ahead of yourself. And the West Indians will have to do much the same. Oh, engaged in the action. He's resting until Global Super League. Yeah, dot balls will be important. Every moment, speaking of the process, will matter for the West Indies. High jeopardy in this series for them as they try to accrue points. Tries it again, same result.
And if I was Moti, I wouldn't mind this. I'll continue to rally around that length and line because it's wicket to wicket. So if he misses Dal Mitchell, then there's a high probability of the West Indies getting another wicket.
Oh, that's a good over from Moti. Just 3 from it. 106 for 2.
wickets of the two opening batters. But Mark Chapman is a very good player, doesn't always get the opportunities he would have been afforded otherwise.
How was that?
Too high.
And he can strike the ball quite nicely. Plays now for a couple of nations. Samuel Battery, hello to you. 106 for 2. How do you see it?
Yeah, hello Bish, hello everyone once again. Yeah, it's a wonderful platform that was laid by the opening batters. You come to Ghana and you see these conditions and you don't expect the type of start that they got. It was 80 when the first wicket fell. I think it was the highest opening partnership at this venue. They lost a couple wickets, so a rebuilding job now. I mentioned earlier about Mitchell and what he has done in 2026. And the 3 ODIs that he's played this year in January against India, Daryl Mitchell has had scores of 81, unbeaten 131 and 137. So a couple centuries and a half century in 3 ODIs that he's played. So he's in wonderful form as well from that recent series.
In good test match form, Daryl Mitchell. He made one of the gutsiest hundreds that we've seen in test match cricket against England in that final test match. Battered and bruised. And he's a good player, averages over 50 in ODI cricket. And he will sweep the spinners, reverse sweep, conventional sweep, and then hit the ball down the ground straight, if given a chance. That's a sort of lack of bounce at times you have to cope with here on this surface.
A piece, one delivery, but didn't really get up. And I just wonder what happens as we go deeper into this contest. West Indies love chasing. The record is heavily in favor for them when chasing.
On the ball straight on this surface. Didn't connect with the ball before, but manages to get not a bad delivery away to the boundary. 1-1-1 for 2. Boundary of the last ball of the previous over.
They're not too dissimilar from the one prior to that. Maybe a change in line. Mitchell doesn't get it anywhere near the middle, but the viciousness of the stroke allows him to still get a boundary. Change in ends for Laws.
Good dots, Lawsy. Good dots, Lawsy.
He's got away with a few indifferent ones. He won't mind that young man, 19 years old, on his senior international debut. And Chapman is a no-nonsense player. First played for Hong Kong. 30 matches, ODIs for New Zealand.
Oh, yes! Ball in.
Mother is a native of Hong Kong and Dad Peter is a New Zealander. Peter served as Crown Prosecutor for the government of Hong Kong while Mom worked in the financial sector. Mark Chapman, when he made that transference, went to the University of Auckland to study engineering and has lived in New Zealand since he was 14 years old for schooling. He's making a good fist of his career and a particularly strong T20 player as well.
Oh, yeah!
That gripped as well.
Yeah, and for Laws, what an education this is. Played at on the 19 level, we've discussed that before, but this year is an experience in and of itself.
That was a half tracker as well that didn't bounce. And he's growing and he's always smiling.
Yeah, he'll take so much away from this. You mentioned that is on the 19 record, those 10 wickets and the highest number of dot deliveries. He'll find a different challenge here. Batters at this level are more adept at playing spin. They can rotate strike easily. And more often than not, they put away your loose deliveries. But he can develop that accuracy, he can develop that consistency. It's the spin and the rarity of the skill that is so advantageous to him. So the learning that he gets from this, immense.
3 deep fielders leg side.
Oh, yes, yes.
Just 3 off the over. 114 for 2. Talked about Vital Laws, and look, you saw him firsthand at that Under-19 World Cup in Namibia. He was good, but there are a couple of Under-19 players that I'm hoping will also be kept under the microscope. Shaquan Bell, the young Barbadian all-rounder, I think is a good seam bowling option. We'll see Jakeem Pollard, the left-arm seamer from Barbados, later in the year in the CPL. I think he's got smarts and good pace. Left-hand batter Zachary Carter, who displayed, once he can maintain good fitness levels, I think is another young West Indian option. Jonathan Van Lang from right here in Guyana. So a number of good young players coming through the system, but we have to, and when I say we, Darren Sammy and the coaching staff and the board have to ensure that these players develop throughout the region. Not least the women cricketers, Liliana Grimond, who scored that wonderful half-century with Hayley Matthews, scoring 100 yesterday.
Yeah, that's the real challenge, isn't it? We see quite a number of them at the under-19 level. And they compete with the world's best at that age group. And for some reason, they don't graduate onto international honors, senior international honors, as quickly enough. And so a substitute, Kimo Paul, on the field earlier today. He's a graduate of the 2016 championship win. But it takes far too long, in my opinion, for these guys to be at this level.
I think we've all got to put our heads together, the women in particular. There's a young New Zealander in the dressing room as well, Christian Clark, seam bowling all-rounder. He played against Jaden Seals and Matthew Ford in the Under-19 World Cup in 2020. In fact, he won the game against the West Indies with a 3 or 4 wicket haul and an important 40. So I'm looking forward to seeing Christian playing later in this series, not in the squad today. They're just trying to get themselves into a rhythm and in this partnership. 21 from 29. I love these fans here and the way they support West Indies cricket and across the region. My cry is to give the women more support. There's some talented young women across the region. They need development. I'm hoping we can put our heads together and help them achieve their full potential.
Quite a lot of development taking place in these parts as well in terms of infrastructure and venues. There was a recent opening of facility. There are plans for another one to be open quite soon. Heavy investment in the sport. Nice to see. Hopefully a few young talents can emanate from all of that investment.
That's where Mitchell is strong. Pace off delivery, but he picked it well. 1-2-1 for 2. Latham, Bracewell of the Bracewell clan, Mid Santner available to come. He does serve up a couple of loose deliveries per over. Again, he's just beginning his senior career, but he does offer you opportunities.
Even the experienced wrist spinners will struggle from time to time. So this is a young man on international debut, having never played senior cricket for his country. But it's an investment in him that Darren Sammy and the West Indies are looking at. That seemed to have been a variety. The googly last ball of the previous over. Just see that delay in his stroke, Daryl Mitchell, because he picked the slower delivery. Just there. A little delay to get that timing and placement.
Superb. Vital Laws. He gives you that wicket-taking delivery every so often. Absolutely brilliant, to the joy of Coach Sammy and the young ones here.
That's what he does or can do once he pitches it. Look at how this ball spun viciously. Pitches just about leg stump, comfortably beats the off stump, and Shea Hope does the rest. Magnificent delivery. A special from Laws. Another one for him. Chapman goes for 27. 125 for 3.
Very experienced Tommy Latham, whose dad Rod played international cricket back in the day for New Zealand, but it's a variety of deliveries. Googly and then the one that spun away.
Absolute goal from Laws. You can see the delight from all of his teammates. That felt more like what he can do as compared to his first wicket. This is a special moment here for the West Indies. They've been searching.
It's when you set things up as he grows in his career, it's the ball before the wicket as well. That googly that you talked about, and then the one that spun away from Mark Chapman.
Oh, yes.
So if you're not picking it from the hand, you have to pick it off the surface. So he has the variety, and every success is building blocks for him. 1, 2, 6 for 3 halfway point of the innings.
Overs gone, 126 for 3. The batsmen out Nichols, Young and Chapman. I just wish to acknowledge our commercial partners, Ben Cage, Courts, Coca-Cola, Powerade, Dasani, Macron, Guyana Tourism Authority, and the Barbados Tourism Marketing.
1, 2, 6 for 3. New Zealand working out what is a good score. The ball is holding in the surface. One Joseph replaces the next. Shamar is out of the attack. Alzari is back in. And just a reminder of what transpired, the ball before the wicket came. Good seam position, and that's what batters will be looking for. And then a slightly different seam position that is pointed towards slip that ripped off the surface. So they won't mind him going for a few runs. It's the wicket taking for the wrist spinner that is important.
That's quality. That really is quality, to see the revs on that ball and the seam position of the leg spin, that wicket-taking delivery. There is a lot of energy on it, so he will get that purchase off the surface, but really a strategic decision by Darren Sammy and the management to hand him a debut in conditions that are favorable to the spinners. Far too frequently we've seen debutants in conditions that are not conducive. This has been a masterstroke.
It's good to have the guy on the right there as well, Nikita Miller, a fellow Jamaican who's played for the West Indies. And he was with Vital Laws actually in that under-19 World Cup in Namibia, along with Jerome Taylor. And he'll be helping to guide. Darren Sammy is animated. Nikita Miller barely moves. That's who he is. Well, before. Didn't mean to squirt it that fine, Latham, but he'll take it.
Not much anyone can do about that. The Q end of the bat. And too fine for deep third. Fortuitous for Latham and New Zealand.
Narrowly, but he gets 3.
Yeah, let's have a closer look because he will be put under the microscope now that he's at the international level, Laws, to see his variations. And that's the googly. You can see the seam direction going towards the slip if it's a right-hander. And then the conventional leg spin, that seam going towards the leg slip if it's a right-hander. Really good seam positioning on those two. As he develops, he'll get that scramble seam as well, which doesn't give a cue or visual to the batters. That's perhaps the next stage in his evolution. But what a talent. It's such a rarity, this bowling type. You don't see them in international cricket as much, far less here in the West Indies. And look at that. Really, really wonderful. Look at how that pitches and bites off the surface. So he has the ability to turn the ball. That you need. You can develop the other facets.
Nine off that over, 135 for 3. Big day for those around the region, those in Jamaica, those in St. Catherine. He was playing Senior Cup cricket when he got the call from Darren Sammy. Yeah, you make a good point about the seam position because the best batters in the world will be looking at two things. First of all, they'll be looking at the back of the hand left of screen. When they see the back of the hand, then they'll be looking at the seam position going down. That's fine. And then they'll see this coming out more out of the front of the hand with the back of the hand towards the sky. And then the differing, much more exaggerated seam position. They'll be looking at videos. So we're not selling anything here. They'll be looking at this in the dressing room. Very good. Very good. From Vital Laws. He was spinning past leg stump.
No interest from Shea Hope in terms of the review. But he seems to have his confidence now, his rhythm, and he's looking quite potent.
Suspect a bit of that. Or maybe Shea Hope is asking if it's going past leg stump.
Loving this, Lawsy. Oh! Get it.
Will be 4.
Yeah, just trying the variety again. I just love his demeanor, his disposition, always smiling. A little tickle would have been that googly again. And despite his best efforts, right hand onto left hand onto the cushion, so 4.
Clearly see the back of the hand as a batter. And then you don't see the back of the hand, you see the ball sliding out the side or the front. Different seam positions. Good prospect. Gives you 1 or 2 bad ones. And it's the wicket taking that they'll be happy with. 1-4-2 for 3. Five-match series. West Indies desperate for points to try to climb up the table. They're 10th on the rankings at the moment. South Africa and Zimbabwe will qualify as of right for the World Cup next year. So top 8 teams go through as of right. Others will go into a qualifier where the West Indies have been before.
Yeah, they've been twice in 2019 and they got into the main draw. And then in 2023, it was a different proposition altogether. They failed to get into the main draw. And if this remains as is, they'll go into the qualifiers again. So that will be the 3rd time in succession for the West Indies. Desperate to get into 9th position because for all intents and purposes, the top 9 from that listing there will go directly to the World Cup.
Tom has been this way before, long-standing player for New Zealand, and captain in the longest format. And just a reminder, his dad Rod played 4 tests and 33 ODIs between 1992 and 94. Dad Rod played in the 1992-93 World Cup, I think. So a number of these players with some lineage of appearance in the game. Loves his rugby, Tom Latham.
They're so used to playing that cross-batted shot of that length. It's something that they've grown up with. It's part of their DNA. So once they see that length, they instinctively go for that shot. You have to demonstrate that plasticity, though, in these conditions and adapt to the lack of bounce and perhaps pace.
Probably calls for playing a different way, looking to play the ball more with a vertical bat unless it's absolutely short. And that's something the West Indians will have to look at later on when Jacob Duffy, tall man himself, gets a hold of the ball. Matt Fisher has some pace. That's not Vital Laws. That's the absolute law. Can live on that length, hard to hit. 1-4-3 for 3.
.143 for 3, New Zealand, after 28 overs. Just over 5 run rate. And sitting pretty, but the big story, the colourful story for the West Indies is the debut of this young man, Vital Laws. Really a big story. Oh, did he do well there? They're going to have to look at that. Carrie Pierre trying to clean up in the deep. No doubt they'll have a look at that, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, for sure. I think he did really well there, Carrie Pierre. Yeah, just tossed up there from young Laws. Latham just pushing it to the onside, and Carrie Pierre, he didn't give up on it. This moment there, they want to see if it was very close, if that toe is touching the rope.
Well, I think there's an inch of light there between the foot and the rope, Stacey.
Yeah, it looks that way from here, but the final decision will come from the umpire.
It would have taken some bravery from Darren Sammy. We saw him jubilant in the stands there. And Laws picked up his second, but it would have taken some bravery, Stacey Ann, to blood this young man. Not played a professional game before this. Leg spin skill, so vital. Not just missing from the West Indies setup, but in building towards a better team for that World Cup next year.
Yeah, it's a rare skill, left arm wrist spin. Seen the likes of Kuldeep Yadav from India. Yeah, beating the outside edge of the bat. But it's just, as you mentioned, quite brave. It's a bold decision to bring him, to have him in the squad. That credit must be given to West Indies. Yeah, just beating the outside edge of Tom Latham. Yeah, credit must be given for infusing the young man into the squad. We saw him there in Jamaica. He wasn't a part of the squad, but he was working along with Nikita Miller during that series versus Sri Lanka in Jamaica. But certainly an opportunity presented itself to have him in the squad here in Guyana because of conditions, and going a step further, getting him in on the first match of the series.
Yeah, good. 5 from it. 1 4, 8 for 3. A cool Nikita Miller, belying the excitement and the pride all of Jamaica will feel in this moment. Rutherford into the attack here. Be interesting to find out last time we've seen Trefane Rutherford ball in ODIs. It's an unusual sight. Just taking a little tester. Latham takes a little walk. Just working our way into the cool of the evening here. It has been steamy and humid in Guyana. Just gone past 20 to 5 here now. So just getting some longer shadows, things starting to cool down. But Vital Laws is the talk of the town. On debut, given his cap here from Nikita Miller earlier. Delighted his team were to welcome him. And straight into the wickets. What jubilation he will feel, and what validation Darren Sammy and the think tank of the West Indies will be experiencing.
Yeah, just giving the young man some confidence in this format. That one was a ripper. Outfoxing the experienced batter there. Yeah, Nikita Miller will surely be happy with what he's seen so far.
So turns out Trefane Rutherford last bowled in December 2024 against Bangladesh.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he's just on perhaps to get a change of ends for a particular bowler, or maybe just to take some pace off the ball. He's a hometown boy as well, so should be familiar with the conditions, Rutherford.
Element of surprise, maybe. He's got 3 ODI wickets to his name. But we're talking about the chance taken by Darren Sammy to blood the young man here in this first one-day international. We saw on the women's side, Shane Dietz taking a few chances of his own that paid off. For the West Indies women, record chase, record partnership with a hometown girl from here in Guyana, Liliana Grimmond. We'll talk about that, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, white signal there. You feel like it's been a long time coming for Aurelian Agriman. You think back to her debut half century in England, and sometimes I wonder if it's an opportunity missed. Yes, West Indies made the semi-finals, but she did score a debut 50 in England. So conditions certainly perhaps maybe favored her there. Maybe they could have looked into getting her in the squad. But I'm very thrilled, quite thrilled that they decided to go with her to open in that Ireland series. I think she is quite a talent, very good in the field as well, and she complements Hayley Matthews at the top, someone that can help her get her innings going, getting those quick singles as well.
Well, it was a gamble that paid off and then some. It was really something to behold. And of course, Hayley Matthews just able to be her fluent and fluid best, with Grimond holding up the other end. Yeah, still steamy out there. They're going to hustle and pick up 2 here. So 7 off the Rutherford over. 30 overs gone. New Zealand 155 for 3.
End of over number 30. 153 for the loss of 3.
Three wickets the West Indies have managed to pick up. 155 runs on the board after 30 overs. So 20 overs left for the Black Caps, who will certainly be eyeing a score above the par score that we discussed ahead of the game, which was around 222. They'll be looking 250 or plus, you would imagine, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, and these two with a partnership of 30 from 34 balls, just quietly inching them to a formidable total. And two very experienced players in the middle. Tom Latham, captain of the Test team, so he will definitely know how to negotiate a tough period. Both of these batters as well in that Test team.
Yes. How to design and build out a long innings.
And they certainly got the platform as well at the top from Will Young and Nichols. And then Chapman tried to insert himself in the innings with some much needed impetus. Yeah, so now it's just about these two pushing them towards 40 overs, but still trying to keep the tempo up as well. That current run rate at 5 runs and over or so, just about 5 runs and over. They'll want to try and maintain that towards the last 10 overs.
Down, down, Kissy.
One of that challenging pair in the middle is Daryl Mitchell. Let's have a look at where he intercepts the ball.
Yeah, his interception points, you can see from there, he seems to sweep a lot, Daryl Mitchell. Perhaps also getting deep in the crease to the spinners, but a large majority of those deliveries tends to get out towards the ball, the spinners. Perhaps a use of the feet in combination with sweep shots. A very high strike rate as well at 205. Yeah, so with that, the interception point is also highlights where he scores a vast majority of his runs. 32% behind square and on the leg side in front of square, which indicates that he tends to sweep a lot. Daryl Mitchell.
Yeah, partnership steadying itself. 35 runs now off 41 balls. 31 gone, 160 for 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be advised that the parents can take their children to the grass mound area where the kids can have an enjoy playtime in a family environment. Enjoy the box castles and the trampolines. And let me remind you also that the ladies are free today to come into the ground, and for all 3 matches, children under the age of 16 free at the gate.
All right, well, at the current run rate, 258, which is formidable in itself, but if they can get some pace going, start scoring a bit more quickly, which they can afford to do, long batting lineup. Look at those big numbers, 293 there, if they go at 7s. West Indies need wickets, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, certainly. They'll want to get the wicket of one of these two, or better off both of these batters. Continuing with Rutherford for now, though.
60 seconds. Fine leg still going backwards. First warning.
Yeah, just 2 overs of spin from that north end that Rutherford is operating from. It seems as if they prefer to have the spinners operating from the south end.
Fiercely loyal to their own, the Guyanese, so the fans will be up, cheering on the effort here by Rutherford.
Yeah, no overs of pace as well from this south end. Yeah, from the north end, I beg your pardon. The south end that Rutherford is operating from. It seems as if Shea Hope prefers his pacers to operate from that south end. Yes, Vital Laws bowled 2 overs of spin from that end, but he was quickly taken out of the attack and reintroduced at this north end.
You'll be thinking all the while, Shea Hope plays such a big role in this side, of course, with the bat and with the gloves, and captaining the side as well. Frees his arms, Daryl Mitchell. Brutal and beautiful. Over the leg side for 6.
Yeah, picked up magnificently from Mitchell and just bashed it to the leg side. He was short of a good length. Picked that length beautifully well. Got in position very early.
Got to be careful here, Sherfane Rutherford. Don't want to get Daryl Mitchell in the mood. That's a good stop in the circle.
A very good stop from John Campbell indeed. That was sailing, that was traveling across the turf. I'm not sure if the field and the boundary would have gotten to it because it was placed really well also. So very short on the offside that time from Rutherford. Good stop from John Campbell.
Yeah, well done. Good comeback. 2 dots to finish. So 32 overs done. New Zealand won, 67 for 3, and time for a drink for all of us. 167 for 3 here at Providence in this first one-day international between the West Indies and New Zealand. We are in Guyana, but this tour continues on to Barbados. After the 3 ODIs here in Guyana, we head to Barbados, and we'd love to see you there. You can ride the waves with world-class kite surfing, beautiful marine life, diving, snorkeling, or open water swimming. I mean, just look at that world-class glossy water in the Caribbean Sea. Plan your trip and visit barbados.org. The haters will say I'm biased. Right, interesting to have a look at this. A couple of wickets for Laws and one for Moti, Stacey Ann. But how will Shea Hope use his bowlers from here on in? Something we can talk about.
Yeah, the wickets. A young man on debut getting his first short one, just putting it there to the safe hands of Carey Pear. Euphoria for the young man, and then cut and bowl from Moti, just slowing it down considerably. And Chapman completely bamboozled again by the young left-arm wrist spinner. Yeah, so we've noted the reluctance of sort from what we've seen so far, because we've seen Vital Laws, just 2 overs from that end. And Shea Hope continuing with his spinners from this end, perhaps why Rutherford was used as well. When you're thinking 50 overs, you have to have death bowlers. And I think Shamar Joseph, Azari Joseph, those are the 2 bowlers that we will probably see being used later on in this innings as well. Perhaps Carey Pear as well. And Carey Pear has already bowled 5. So he's back into the attack.
Yeah, no wickets yet as a Trinidadian, but some good economy. He, of course, we knew him as a vital part of the Spin Twins with Akil Hussain, who's gone on to have quite an extraordinary international career, and Carey Pear to follow.
Yeah, good control as well from Carey Pear. We'll see some excitement around that delivery.
Let's have a look at this and whether this was an opportunity for a take. No. The reverse, and it goes fine and running away, but it will pick up 2 nicely and comfortably. So this partnership solidifying things here. This is so typical of the Kiwis. All batters so far having made contributions.
We've seen a number of batters go to sweep, whether reverse or traditional sweep shots. Very effective on these sorts of surfaces.
How's that one? Big appeal and given. Review, they'll take the review, New Zealand, but Carrie Pierre, well, he wants to get involved.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review.
Yeah, some excitement. Carrie Pierre doesn't look like he's sure. An opportunity, and the crowd, well, it's got the crowd in it for sure.
Please. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm, all red, please. Yeah, keep rolling, nice and slow. I can see flat line when ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wicket sitting. Dighton, stay with your original out decision. Stand by. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
Well, some lovely turn from Carrie Pierre, trapping Tom Latham. He goes for 25, and New Zealand 169 for 4. Well, West Indies making some inroads here. .169 for 4 for New Zealand. Bracewell, the new batter. And another experienced man in the middle for the Black Caps. But some inroads being made here by the West Indian spinners.
Yeah, all 4 wickets going to the spinners. Yeah, just carrying on with the arm there from Carrie Pierre, and Latham just stuck on the crease, unsure as to that length, perhaps looking for a back foot punch. But yeah, Carrie Pierre, very happy for him. He's into the squad as a replacement for Ruston Chase, who picked up a finger injury during the Test series. And I think he's shown great control in his first spell, opening the bowling and now backing it up with a wicket.
Bracewell casually off the mark, first ball. Just never look worried, the Black Caps. Never any need to panic, steady. Mitchell well set, 30 off 34. Can Carrie Pierre back up that wicket with increased pressure and just give them a few questions to answer here? I know this crowd hopes so. Beautiful as the sun sets here in Providence. That's really well run, scampered. So 4 off the over and a wicket successful for Carrie Pierre. 171 for 4. .171 for 4, 33 overs in this New Zealand innings. West Indies won the toss in this first one-day international here at Providence and decided they wanted to have a bowl first. So we've seen the outstanding debut of Vital Laws, and the spinners have been in the wickets. What can the Pacers do? First time we're seeing Sherfane Rutherford bowl in an ODI for a couple of years.
You know, what you want from your pacers in this particular situation, given that the 4 wickets have gone to the spinners, you want some control from them from the other end, just to keep the scoring rate in check.
Can hear Sheho behind the stumps being very vocal, trying to rally his teams now. Stay with this momentum, see what other breakthroughs they can make here, just to slow the scoring of the Black Caps.
Yeah, wickets are so important here. Scoring rate has been about 5 runs per over for New Zealand, so they're scoring at a good clip. And you'll have to find a way to quell that and not allow them to add to that at the back end. And the best way to do that is by picking up wickets.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to have a look at the dot ball percentage from these Kiwis. They really make hay while the sun shines. They score off a lot of balls. That's another great stop. Some good fielding there from Carrie Pierre, backing up Rutherford.
The outstanding work there from Carrie Pierre. He's very good in the field. To a strong side, but a fully stretched out Carrie Pierre, just getting his hands around it. Quickly got up as well in case they were looking for a single.
Those little moments, so appreciated by the fans. And those little moments really add up to make such a difference. As the Jamaicans say, every mickle makes a muckle. Trying to restrict the Kiwis here.
Yeah, it's been a better over from Rutherford when you compare it to his second over. Had a few short deliveries, one that was aptly put away by Mitchell. So important now for him to finish this spell without a boundary.
Oh dear. You've put the mockers on him. Thanks, Stacey Ann Adams. Well done. Beautiful shot, though, off the bat of Bracewell. His first boundary. 7 off the over, 178 for 4. Well, as has been true all throughout this New Zealand lineup, little partnership building now. Bracewell and Mitchell in the middle after the fall of the last wicket. And this was the last ball of the last over.
Yeah, just had to avoid a boundary ball. Michael Bracewell up for the challenge. It was wide enough for him to free his arms and ensure that he got it into the gap. Alzari Joseph had no chance.
Pierre, success in his last over, picking up the wicket. Ooh, attempted sweep, didn't get anything on that, sent back. Wonderful setup from Carrie Pierre.
Yeah, Carrie Pierre, just the amount of turn that he's getting. 6.6 degree of turn on that delivery.
Jags back. Much to his delight, the pride of Laventille, Trinidad.
He hasn't quite landed the sweep shot, Mitchell. Scored a lot of runs against spin with that shot. Carriper varying his pace very well and using the angles to his advantage also, that left arm angle. Just slightly tailing away from the right-handed batter.
Rocks back on that one. And really well placed and well timed. Another boundary from Mitchell.
Yeah, very good selection there from Darrell Mitchell. This is why he's been so prolific last year into this year. Just slightly short from Carriper, using the angle on that occasion. You know it's turning away from him and hitting it in that direction also.
A good reply. You saw the agony on the face of Carriper. So much riding on this series for the West Indies, and they'll know from ball one they need to be on it.
Looking for the single again, Mitchell. Bracewell wasn't up to it. So far he's adjusted well. His pace has been down since that boundary ball. And he's been straight as well, pair.
Just the boundary off the over. Well done. Just 4 runs from it. 35 gone now. New Zealand 182 for 4.
.35 overs gone, 182 for 4. A timely strike by the West Indies a couple overs ago. Just when that partnership was blossoming and we're heading into that lift-off. Inside edge. Entering a fascinating little passage here. Everyone talks about the final 10 overs, but I think that oftentimes these 5 overs before the last 10 can determine how dangerous the last 10 can be. Remember that you have that additional fielder outside in the last 10. So if they can capitalize on these 5, Kimo Paul back in the fray for the senior international team along with his countryman. If they can just cash in on these little 5 overs here and then head into the last 10 with still 6 wickets in hand, it will be ideal for New Zealand. That is where he's so strong, Darrell Mitchell. Anything that's pitched up usually gets that type of treatment.
It is a trademark shot, and with very little lateral movement, unless you bowl a cutter somewhere, you can hit straight through the line of the ball, which he is very well known for. So the option here is maybe just to hold your length back a little bit. Another 4.4 overs, another fielder will go outside of that circle as an option.
And then he rotates the strike quite nicely. Bish, how do you see the construction of this innings? We've spoken about the average first innings score here being just under 200 in the last 5 games or so. Is this sort of the blueprint for batting in these conditions from this batting lineup?
I think it's a good question. That even New Zealand are searching for what is the best total, given where we've seen sometimes low bounce, sometimes the ball gripping. So you want to bowl straight, but the other question is, how does it play under lights? Does the nature of the surface change or evolve any? Will there be due formation? Those intangibles we will only know once the lights take full effect. But I think with this platform here, New Zealand will be hoping to get something above 250, well above 250. I'm not saying they're going to get it or they're not going to get it, but that should be the aim from here.
Yeah, that platform only has value if you actually launch from it. So they've gotten the platform and they'll be hoping that they can launch from it. Mitch Santner, with all of his experience and skill yet to come. And then into the bowlers. So this partnership key as well, and they know it, the New Zealanders. Quite a long way away, 14 overs beyond this one. Another single, 189 for 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me get your attention, please. Could you look at the big screen? All cricket fans, get out your phone, scan that QR code right now on your screen. And via that, you'll be able to post your selfies. Your
Just a couple of sixes in the innings to date.
We'll be showing the best ones.
What total is New Zealand calibrating towards? That's the big question.
Scan in and let's have some fun.
Blessed with wonderful weather for the start of this series. Gary Pierre into his 8th over now. Edged. Will challenge the boundary again. Alzari Joseph does well this time. They will get 3.
No, Bracewell is an important lower order ball striker. Mitch Santner has obvious ability, as we've seen for a long time with the bat. Nathan Smith is an all-rounder by his own record. What Samuel Badger, the other important point to come in that final phase will be when the extra fielder goes outside the circle. We've seen wrist spinners used in the final phase because there is extra protection for someone, let's say, like Vital Laws, who still has 3 overs remaining with 5 fielders outside. So that's something that we can look forward to. Guys like Kuldeep Yadav have done it. Adam Zampa, who's been an inspiration, the Australian wrist spinner for Vital Laws, has also done it at times.
You might have seen him try that reverse there. Gary Pierre went down early and made the adjustment. I just wonder at what point does consolidation transfer into acceleration? Bracewell only 10 deliveries into his innings. Gary Pierre, who sees this as a negative matchup for him, has done well against the left-hander. A couple dot deliveries and then a single. 3 dots in that carry pay over 194 for 4. Representation of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, host for the first 3 one-day internationals of this series. Land of many waters, and Shamar Joseph from the Players Pavilion end. A lot of the focus is on this senior series, but today West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 tournament also got going. A 50 over championship in Antigua. So the next crop of young West Indian talent in action. Hopefully they get good weather and we see some nice young talent emanating from that. Lovely to see the support here in Ghana, always strong, always passionate. Just a single.
Yes, it's an interesting topic, actually, the Rising Stars. There's a young player, I think he's leading the Windward Islands at the moment, Theo Edward, who got 92 today against Barbados. He's a young player I'm keeping my eye on, just as we are keeping our eye on Vital Laws and tracking him through under-19 cricket. So that's a name that I'm looking towards from St. Lucia to see if he can dominate this tournament for Rising Stars. I think that last delivery is a good line. I think the ball is just keeping a little bit low at times. So largely, if you can bowl at the stumps and stay out of the drive, not be too short, not be too full, back edge of a good length. I'm not saying they can't score off it, but you make it hard for them to score through the middle overs, if you can keep that control.
New Zealand will glean a lot out of this first innings, so that when it's their turn to bowl, they'll already have some information. So too the West Indian batters, so it goes both ways. Big question, as was asked already, what sort of impact would the lights have on the surface, the dew, and how much more difficult it will be for the fielding team, and consequently, how many more do they need to get in that first innings when they bat? Look at that. Absolute wonderful image. Thought about 2, just 1 though. Couple to end the over. 200 comes up for New Zealand. 38 gone.
.38 overs gone, 200. New Zealand batting first. That means the New Zealanders have been pacing their innings every 10 overs. They've been lodging or depositing 50 runs. The last 50 coming in less than 10 overs. Now the change in bowling. Gorakesh Moti replaces Kari Pierre.
65 and 53 for the first two, then 59 and 52. So the last 50 coming the quickest for New Zealand. Can they increase even further as we head into the last 12 overs? Moti, for his 7th now, replaces Kari Pierre, one left unorthodox for the other. Kimo Paul on the field, very quick across the ground, good hands. He's at short fine leg at the moment, so Moti has a deep backward square and a long on as his two deep fielders leg side. Swept in front of square. This is really good placement from Mitchell. Manipulation of the field.
What we know about Daryl Mitchell is that he will sweep well. He will sweep orthodox like this, he will reverse sweep, and then we talked about the straight hit down the ground.
Oh, yes, boy, yes, boy.
He's a wonderful test match batter, but he's an outstanding so far in his career, which started a bit late compared to others. ODI batter, averaging over 50, nearly 60.
This will be 4 again. Backward of square this time and another half century. That's 4 consecutive 50-plus scores for Daryl Mitchell in this format, including 2 centuries. In 2026, he's been exceptional.
First batsman from New Zealand to score 50 in this game.
He goes at his own pace. If you can't get to it by coming down the track, the sweep is a very good option. And he can play in different modes. He'll get himself in, take some time, and then look to accelerate. A wonderful player for New Zealand over his career.
He's shown wonderful dynamism across his career and adaptation to different scenarios, different formats. Goes under the radar. Such a consistent performer. As you mentioned, that average in this format, sterling.
I think we give him a lot of praise, actually. I do think he gets a lot of praise around the world. He's a big basketball fan, and of course his dad, John, was a defense coach for England rugby back in the day. Wasps attack coach, has worked with Japan in rugby. He's got a young family, Daryl. But he can bowl some nippy little medium pace as well. So very important player for New Zealand over the past years.
Just a couple boundaries in the over, 208 for 4.
I'd love to see his average against spin, Daryl Mitchell. He's one of the guys who plays it well, will play well in the subcontinent.
In this tournament, Betcage Courts, Coca-Cola, Powerade, Dasani, Macron, Guyana Tourism Authority, and Barbados Tourism Marketing.
2-8 for 4, final over of power play 2. This partnership, a runner ball 39. Can we see a few tall towers to culminate the innings? Yeah, I mentioned his 4th consecutive 50-plus score, including a couple hundreds, Daryl Mitchell. Well, in actuality, it's 7 scores of 50 or more in his last 8 innings, including 300s in totality. And as you mentioned, a couple overs, 3 overs actually remaining from Laws. He comes in with 4 fielders available outside the inner circle. So the final over of power play 2 from the end which he started.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Yeah, some turn immediately. Operated across 2 spells. His first spell, a 2-over spell. Then he switched ends where he bowled 5 overs. Picked up a wicket in his first over on one-day international debut. The 5th youngest West Indian to debut in this format. And the journey has only just begun. Half tracker that kept low, so low that even Shiup couldn't haul it in. It's buys though, but 4 important ones for New Zealand. Receiving his cap, that's his first over, picking up his first ever international wicket. Opportunity through the hands of Kari Pierre.
Oh yeah!
And then he created some problems with that turn, eventually getting this beauty. I'm sure we're going to see that celebration a whole lot more in the future. A projection selection from Sami. He's just doing a little bit of gardening down the pitch there, Daryl Mitchell. Got some spin options up their sleeve as well, New Zealand. Yeah, 4 buys and then 4 runs to end the over. New Zealand get 8 from it. A little bit errant from Laws. 216 for 4. Power play 2 done.
Forty overs gone, 216 for 4.
Wonderful image of that marvelous architecture here in Guyana. All right, heading into the final phase of the innings. Last ball of the previous over, tucked away fine for 4. Projected scores suggest 270 plus.
Oh yeah!
Additional fielder allowed outside the inner circle now.
That's where I was just wondering whether Shea Hope would have held Vital Laws back for 1 more over, so that when he comes on for this final phase, there would have been that extra fielder outside of the circle. And he just wants to get him into a spell to enter the final phase of power play, but it is a strategic way of thinking to wait for some of these wrist spinners to have extra protection.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these projected scores, and a target isn't only a number. At some point, It becomes a psychological statement. I just wonder what sort of statement it would be when they eventually end their innings. Yeah, that's the projected scores at the moment. Swept again, there is protection, so a single. He's favoring that stroke against Moti. 50 partnership in 48 for these two.
50 partnership coming up between these two batsmen.
Oh, yes, Moti.
This is what they do so often. If they can't find a single conventionally, they try a few unconventional strokes, but it's something that they have developed as part of their repertoire. Contributions from each almost equal. Bottom edge onto She Hope's pad. Quicker one from Moti to end his over. 221 for 4. Wonderful overhead images of this facility, very well manicured. Grass banks on the forefront. Right, Laws for his 9th. Perspiration dripping from Mitchell.
Yes, boy, yes, boy.
Yeah, he wants the wide, none given. Brilliant from Kimo Paul, substitute fielder on. He's a good mover laterally and straight as well. You can see where he's targeting.
On the field for Sherfane Rutherford, who left the field a couple of overs ago. And so now a change in the field, extra fielder into the offside. 3 deep fielders leg side and a short fine leg.
Two is the call. Just a single, so She Hope is sort of protecting the boundary on the offside. He doesn't mind a single at this stage of the innings. But this is a wonderful option, isn't it, Bish, to have the wrist spinner available to bowl in these overs.
Yeah, and the challenge for batters, as viewers know, most viewers know, first of all, you have to try to pick which direction it's spinning and then how much it deviates off the pitch in both directions. That's unfortunate. Having praised Kimo Paul, there was a lack of communication there between himself and his fellow Guyanese Shamar Joseph.
Now, we've seen some deflections in the Football World Cup that resulted in goals. This is a deflection that resulted in a 4. Both grounded.
Shamar had it covered. Kimo should have left it. Shamar had it covered. I like this, and as he gets better at time, teams will study him. He will have to continue evolving, but we've been asking for a slow bowler who can go both directions, I suppose, since Narine was at the peak of his powers for West Indies. And Badri.
Another good over from Laws. So much to like about him. 228 for 4.
Just a sample of the development and the beauty of this country. And the experiences you can have as well. Stacey Ann can sail down the Demerara, go through the tributaries into where the original people are. It's an experience, I've had it.
Beautiful pictures there. Sailing in the sunset, Darren. You've done that before, you say?
Yes, as a West Indian. You grew up with that experience. Guyana known as a land of many waters. Oh. Attempted reverse sweep as well, so trying to accelerate in this third power play. Now here is a wonder. Kaitia Falls, the largest single drop waterfall in the world. Good sound off the bat, but straight to the fielder. So with spin, Stacey Ann, these two, they've deployed the conventional and unconventional sweep. So it's something that Shea Hope will have to adjust his field to contend with. Even bowlers like Kari Peer, Laws, will need to factor that in their deployment.
Don't come in too much, yeah?
Saw the field when Kari Peer was bowling from the northern end. There was a mid-wicket, and I felt that there could have been adjustment with him being used at square leg. Here again, through that mid-wicket region, they will look for 2 and get those runs quite easily.
Yeah, perhaps bowling a little bit flatter, taking into consideration the sweep shot that these two are trying to employ out there. And even just getting it a touch too short. Luckily for him, quick walk by Kimo Paul on the boundary and keeping it to 2.
And sometimes when batters are so skilled, so comfortable playing strokes as a captain, you have to counter them with your field placing, push them into uncomfortable areas of scoring. And Shea hasn't really done that for the sweeps and the unconventional sweeps. Still 2 fielders behind point. There is that short fine and that deep backward square.
Yeah, you spoke about adjustment with the field and the bowling. Modern way for the batters now. They have shots to counter any plan that the bowlers captain put out there. And you see the sweep shots, different variations of the sweep shots by all of the batters has come before us, in these two in particular.
Six runs from the over, 234 for 4. Great vantage point. A drone camera doing a fabulous job in showcasing this beautiful country. Yeah, 3 Amazon parrots going back to nesting after feeding for the day. Something that is very customary in these parts.
That is such a gorgeous sight, Darren.
What a beauty again. Real ripper from Laws.
Speaking about a gorgeous sight, that one was also that from Vital Laws. Uncertainty from Michael Bracewell.
Reverses, did that carry or was it a crowd catch? The batter is asking. Bracewell now trudges off, so there is another wicket for the southpaw, the wrist spinner, who has made a serious impact in this game with his skill set. The umpire will just want to review this dismissal.
Review for fair catch. It's a fair delivery. Best angle for fair catch, please. Yeah, roll forward, nice and slow. Appears to be fingers under the ball. Can I have anything else? Yeah. Can you zoom up this, please? Please. Yeah. Nice and slow. Nice and slow. Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah. Yeah, I can see clearly fingers are under the ball. So satisfied my decision for big screen.
So confirmation that the catch was taken cleanly, the ball came off the bat, there was no bouncing off the turf. And the West Indies, they pick up a 5th wicket now. Bracewell departing for 29 from 31, 234 for 5.
Here comes the captain of New Zealand, Charles Saka. Replacing, of course, Bracewell just about 29 or 40 balls off the bowling of Laws. Laws has picked up his 2nd wicket, 244 for 5. 3 wickets correction for Laws.
Yeah, Mitchell Santner, the skipper, in. But what an impact this young man has had in his introduction to ODIs and professional cricket. Picking up a 3rd wicket.
Don't let him off. Don't let him off.
He's been the Laws for wicket taking for the West Indies. For a 3rd time, just turning enough to make the stroke a false one. And Django making no mistake in the end.
Yeah, the delivery before this wicket taking one spun sharply. Michael Bracewell deciding that his best weapon would be that scooper, that's reverse sweep. Just hit high up on the bat. Well taken by Amir Django and diving forward.
We're looking for 2. hesitation. Just leading to a single for New Zealand. It's been refreshing to look at a young player with a big opportunity and the way he's gone about embracing same. Real terrific stuff. Last delivery of his last over, and he ends his quota of overs. Vital Laws 3 for 54. He gets a standing ovation from his coach and plaudits all around from his teammates. That's an opportunity taken. 237 for 5. Plenty of laws on that scorecard. Looks like a constitution, Stacey Ann.
And I was bringing a hammer down on this New Zealand team.
There you go, yeah. Oi! There's Gary.
Yeah, credit to the hard work behind the scenes. Nikita Miller, who worked assiduously with him, especially in Jamaica when they were there with Sri Lanka, coaching staff, deciding to get him in today, and what an influence he has had on this West Indies team. Good moment there, Gudakesh Moti. Yeah, just putting a hand on his shoulder. I think they should frame that moment. 2 left-arm spinners.
And it should be an inspiration for all West Indian cricketers and those looking on beyond this region. Just an indication as to what is possible with your talent, your belief, and your real passion for the game. At 19, and he started his journey at this tier of cricket.
That's one, Johnny. Yours, Johnny. Go, Johnny. Go, Johnny.
That's Johnny, yeah.
Yeah, for a young man, I think he's applied that knowledge that he may have picked up from Nikita Miller quite well today. Shown a lot of maturity. You've seen a number of deliveries that was hit away for a boundary, and it speaks a lot about a player's mindset with the delivery that they respond with after being hit for a boundary.
Oh! Close to that off stump. His economy rate, 5.4, less than a run a ball. You saw his variety in terms of his conventional wrist spin, and then the wrong on. Another single. Shows that he has confidence in his ability to deploy those variations. Then not overawed because he doesn't have a great track record playing competitive cricket, playing against some of the best players in the world, that he could have fed on in preparation for this opportunity. And despite those deficiencies, he's responded like a real champion. 242 for 5.
End of over number 45, 242 for 5. Let me just tell you that Vital Laws, 19 years old, on debut here for the West Indies against New Zealand. He's picked up 3 for 54 in his turnovers.
The West Indies in the first 10 overs, they were wicketless. New Zealand scored 45, and then in the next 30 overs, New Zealand accumulated 171 runs, and the West Indies 4 wickets. That's when the spinners came to the fore. Laws 3 for 54 on debut. He's one of the youngest from this region to play for the West Indies. Right, the West Indies will focus fiercely on the remaining 5 overs. Where will New Zealand want to finish? Remember, in the 25 previous ODIs at this venue, the average first inning score 222 at the moment. They're well above that. And they're projected for many more. Will it be 277? We need to go at overrun a ball for that. Here's a skipper, Santner. Yeah, there was a chance. Was it necessary? Ogis with the throw.
Yeah, you saw Alzarri Joseph there pleading with him not to throw it. Yes, Daryl Mitchell was out of his crease, but the backup was so far away. And the throw was off target. And he managed to get that single in the end. Yeah, he was pleading with him not to throw it.
Yeah, I think the reason why was with Santner, relatively new to the crease, it's better off for him to be facing than the well-set Daryl Mitchell. On 65 from 72, he will want to take things up another gear, and he's quite capable. So far, he's positioned himself to score square off the wicket. Haven't seen anything ultra aggressive down the ground. Will we see him advance in his approach? Gone leg side and finds the fielder. So the return of Alzarri Joseph gets another wicket for the West Indies, and that short of a length delivery doing wonders.
Well, Akeem Ogis, I think Alzarri Joseph would be saying thank you for that overthrow, because it brought Daryl Mitchell on strike, and right away Alzarri Joseph in response got that wicket. It's a big wicket as well in the context of the game. New Zealand looking to get that charge to the end of their innings, just 4 and a bit remaining. Yeah, massive wicket, Daryl Mitchell. He has to go back for a well-made 65. New Zealand 243 for 6.
Nathan Smith. From Dunedin, age 27. It's not easy as a batter, even if you're set or you're just starting your innings, to negotiate a short pitch delivery from this type of surface. This stage of the innings, the ball relatively old, there's less pace for you to work with. Requires a lot of muscle to clear the fence, and that is what Mitchell was trying to do to that Alzarri Joseph delivery. Nathan Smith, known more for his bowling than his batting. Right-hand medium pace, I'm sure we'll see him with the ball. Has to push the scoring with his skipper. They both have to find a way to manipulate the field and maybe invent a few boundary strokes. He's a nifty player with Santner. Short fine leg now deployed. Natural instinct once more to react to a short of a length delivery and go square.
Yeah, but it's not quite getting up, is it? There you go again, Mitchell Santner Another one of the New Zealand batters being drawn into that shot to play square of the wicket. Just not getting up those short of a length deliveries. A lot of hard work.
Tidy over so far, just 2 from it. Can Alzarri close it out without conceding a boundary? Does that. They might get 2. They will get 2. 246 for 6. Evidence that the fans here in Guyana, they follow the world and global game. Tenth over now for Carrier. 1 for 34 so far. Very good economy, 3.7. Yeah, just taking pace off the ball, deploying that outside off-stump line. Will Smith tried to sweep the ball. There is that short mid-wicket. If he does play that sweep shot, might be better off for that fielder to go a little bit squarer for the sweep. So far, so good. Will get 2. They will get 2. What we haven't seen, Stacey and viewers, is that option for batters to use their feet to advance, to get momentum and power to hit down the ground. Many of these Kiwi batters comfortable staying on the crease, sweeping the ball, reverse sweeping the ball, as against trying to power it down the ground.
Catch it!
Sorry, Joseph. Just getting one hand.
Got a hand to it, Alzarri Joseph. Very smart bowling though from Carrier, just throwing it wider. Knowing that the option is to sweep from the New Zealand batters. Got the connection, but hit it to Alzarri Joseph. He put it down. Looked to be a difficult chance. Only managed to get that one hand up.
Yeah, one hand on the ball, always difficult. You needed to hit the right spot for it to stick.
Oi.
The important thing for Shea Hope and the West Indies at this stage of the innings is limiting 4 balls. As a 250 comes up for New Zealand.
Oi.
19 fours and 2 sixes in the innings so far. End of the over, 251 for 6. Alzarri Joseph now to bowl his 8. Gary Pear finishing his quota, so to Laws. Two new batters at the crease, working to the advantage of the West Indian bowlers. Last batter that was set was Daryl Mitchell. He was dismissed, so it becomes a much more difficult task for New Zealand to accelerate at this stage. That's straight. Was there bat? No bat, says the umpire. He thinks it's adjacent. And Smith will just have a think about things. His skipper is there too to advise. And we'll wait and see if he goes for the review. He doesn't. He turns away, so Alzarri Joseph with a second wicket, and the West Indies, they push New Zealand further back.
Yeah, this is good from West Indies. The set batter is gone, new batters in the middle. It is skidding up, it is keeping low, so keeping the stumps in play in this phase is so important, and Alzarri Joseph has been spot on, he's been on target, looking to keep the stumps in play. It works out to his advantage as Nathan Smith, he has to go back for 5. West Indies picking up the 7th wicket, New Zealand 251 for 7.
Last 5 overs, 22 runs and 3 wickets. So a nice little phase here for the West Indians as they try to close out the innings. Jacob Duffy, the new batter, the speedster.
Yeah, that's why it's so important, as you said, Darren, to have that set batter in this phase. Yeah, look plumb in front. Had a talk with the skipper. Advised him not to review it. Yeah, just not having that set batter with that 5th fielder out presents an opportunity to the bowling team to pick up wickets in a hurry. And West Indies are taking advantage of that. Yeah, runs have dried up in this period. They managed to pick up, I think, 2 wickets as well in this last 10.
Well, it's pertinent information for the West Indian batters, and when they get their chance to chase the target, a real indication as to what is happening when the ball is around 48 overs old. It's sliding on a little bit lower than normal. Bowlers targeting the stumps will be a hefty challenge. When you back pitch the ball as well, that expectation of bounce is much lower. So you have to reconfigure what you're conditioned to do as a batter. Just feel that, generally speaking, most of these New Zealand batters, top 5, top 6, they've deployed a different technique where their hands are slightly lower than normal, lower than what they use in New Zealand on surfaces that bounce consistently in a normal manner. And that's why I rate them as one of the best adaptable teams in world cricket, because of these subtle changes they can deploy to good effect. Playing a miss. Very good over from Alzarri Joseph. A wicket and just 2 runs. 253 for 7. Duffy and Satner will face a 25th over of spin from this northern end, because Shea Hope has made the decision for Gudakesh Moti to bowl the penultimate over.
Yeah, Bishop made a good point when he was on about the use of the spinners in this period. With that fifth field out, I think he landed that point spot on, and it will be even more difficult now, not just because of conditions, but because of the lack of a set batter in the middle.
Changing the field, deep backward square positioned. A little appeal from Gudakesh Moti because he felt that might have finished on the leg stump. Again, just trying to take the arms away from the batter to restrict that sweep stroke. "41 balls since the last boundary." That's a massive compliment for the West Indian bowlers, especially in this power play 3. Hope I'm not speaking too early. But he has pulled things back. He was a little too fast with his speeds early on. He made the adjustment. Now he has to bring in a different skill set and think about restricting scoring. And he's castled him. So the plan to bowl straight, to take the arms away, to finish on the stumps, working well for Moti and West Indies. A second wicket now for the left-arm spinner.
Yeah, cramped him for room. Duffy was only aiming for one side of the ground to the leg side. Gudakesh Moti just smart enough to keep the stumps in play. So a plan that's working very well for the West Indies. Duffy has to go back without scoring. New Zealand 256 for 8.
New batsman Matthew Fisher. The man just out was Duffy for a duck. Off the bowling of Moti. And New Zealand now 256.
Another play in this match on ODI debut, Matthew Fisher. 26 years of age. Of course, he's played a test match. He's played a T20 international, so not unfamiliar to this tier of cricket. And he gets off the mark straight away. Might get 2. His captain goes against that plan.
Yeah, this is good from West Indies, restricting those boundary balls. Not serving up anything for the New Zealand batters to get under. It's been a good passage of play.
So Moti ends this penultimate over on the high with a second wicket, just 5 from the over, and with 1 over to go, it's 258 for 8. $49 to Young, 65 to Daryl Mitchell. Contributions all the way from the top of this batting lineup by New Zealand. Here's Joseph. 2 is the call. Starts with that customary short of a length delivery.
Yeah, getting the 2 is so important for Santner now to face the majority of the deliveries, but West Indies, it's a really good period. Yeah, they pushed very hard for that 2. Would have been gone had it hit as well. The last 6 overs for New Zealand, just 24 runs coming from it, and 4 wickets as well.
That's a biggie. Got on there nicely, used the pace and the right elevation from Santner. So first boundary after quite a while.
Yeah, and this is why it's so important to get him back on strike. He's picked the length really well. Latched onto it. Good power, good muscle from Mitchell Santner.
Yeah, just clearing his front foot, using a different technique at this stage. See ball, hit ball. Goes straight once more and will be caught. John Campbell running around. The miscued shot from Santner. Maybe a little more pace from Alzarri Joseph and bounce too.
Yeah, tries to go again, Mitchell Santner. This one sat up a little bit more for the direction in which he was aiming for, straight. Basically looking to hit it on the up, but couldn't get the elevation, Mitchell Santner. John Campbell running across, takes a good catch. 21 his contribution, New Zealand 266 for 9.
Jidden Lennox from Napier, left arm spinner. Uses the paddle, doesn't execute well. Shea Hope misses the target. So change in strike. But it's a leg by, so not off the mark yet, Lennox. That was Mitch Santner. You could understand what he was trying to do. He was trying to clear that fielder, John Campbell. Previous ball, he struck for 6, so he was aiming straighter. The execution was off, to the credit of Alzarri Joseph. Just continuing to mix his length, his pace. And he's bowled him. So the innovation not working for Fisher. Alzarri Joseph staying very straight with his line. And New Zealand now have been bowled out. With 1 ball remaining in the innings. What an effort from the West Indies in the last power play. 5 wickets in the last 30 balls for just 26 runs. And New Zealand end their innings on 267 for 10.
Yeah, full from Alzarri Joseph and attacking the poles. Fisher looking to be innovative. Always keeping the stumps in play, Alzarri Joseph. So a wonderful period for West Indies. Fighting back brilliantly in this game, bowling out New Zealand. It's been a good effort with ball in hand, highlighted by that man, Vital Laws, picking up 3 wickets on debut.
Will be celebrated. His teammates would appreciate what he's done in the first half of this first one-day international between the West Indies and New Zealand. A step up for the young man, an announcement, so to speak, of his skill as a left-arm wrist spinner. And the West Indies will feel they have the energy going into the break. And this is why. After going wicketless in the first 10 overs and that opening partnership of 80, they clawed their way back, the West Indies, getting 4 wickets in the second power play and then bowling New Zealand out just before 50 overs.
Yeah, very good effort from the bowlers. Carrie Pierre replacing Ruston Chase, getting that important wicket. Alzari Joseph with 4, Moti with 2, and Laws should be the talk of the tongue indeed with 3 wickets. Bowling them out for 267. So let's see who Gerard Morrisili has with him.
Yeah, I've got the man of the moment with me, Vital Laws. Vital, a dream debut for you. How special was it for you to get that first wicket in West Indies colours?
It was a very special moment, to be honest. I was very nervous coming into this encounter, to be honest, and that threw all the nerves out the window for me.
Yeah, you picked up key wickets. How quickly were you able to shake off those nerves and adapt to bowling at this level?
After that first wicket, Shea was reassuring me and the other players were reassuring me. That helped me ease the pressure.
And how well do you think the group overall executed their bowling plans?
It was a very good comeback because at one point they were ahead and we pulled it back in the end and we have get a very gettable total.
All right, well, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Gettable total, says the young man. We'll wait to see if that becomes a reality for the West Indies because this is their target, 268. That's what they require to win this first one-day international of the 5-match series.
That is top class.
Welcome back to Providence National Stadium, where New Zealand have finished on 267, bowled out with a ball to spare. Top scoring there by Daryl Mitchell on 65. But good inroads made at the back end of this innings by the West Indies attack. Well, some outstanding highlights. Samuel Badri and Ian Bishop beside me. Badri, you go first.
Yeah, a wonderful platform laid by the opening batters. I think it's the highest opening partnership scored at this venue. They assessed the conditions well. I think they played it to perfection, particularly in the first 10. Just gauging the information. Laws in his first over, picking up his first ever international wicket. Remember, he doesn't have senior professional experience, so you will get a few loose deliveries from time to time from him. And a simple return catch there for Gudakesh Moti. But they were setting up this innings quite nicely, Alex.
They were indeed, Ian Bishop, and at the back end, the West Indies came to play.
Yeah, after Vital Laws did his work in the middle overs, New Zealand still would have been expecting that they would accelerate with Mitchell there. Unfortunately, Mitchell went towards the back, and 4 wickets falling in the last 6 overs. I thought was a creditable performance, more than that, by the West Indian bowlers to control things in that last third of the innings.
Indeed. When we saw the projected scores, it could have been a lot worse, 267. And what about the psychological difference having bowled out the side, Badri?
Yeah, I think that helps at the back end, but this first innings total is a very healthy one. It's comfortably above what we've seen here in the recent past, and understandably going in the back end for boundaries. Wickets fell, a couple good catches. Alzari Joseph as well showed his real quality and experience to get a few of these wickets there, which really stymied potentially where New Zealand could have finished. So I suppose the West Indies will be happy with their work in that last phase of the innings. New Zealand too would be pleased with the score on the board. So I think it's even keel at the moment, but credit must go to Mitchell, who once again showed his quality and really held this innings together nicely for them.
Equal honours, says Samuel Badri. Have a look here at the bowling card. 4 for Alzari, who really came into his own in the death. But really the story, Vital Laws, 3 for 54 on debut. What a story. No senior cricket. Ian Bishop, what do you make of this performance?
I think it was quite credible and creditable, his performance. Look, I watched him during the Under-19 tournament. He looked a step above the other players in that tournament. His control is still a work in progress, but that is something that will come. What we've seen from him is something that West Indian fans have been asking for a long time. A bowler, a spinner who can come in and shift the ball in either direction. And it makes it so hard when you're trying to tee off against him to know which way the ball is spinning. So, creditable.
Badri, how could I not ask you what you think of this?
Yeah, there's so much to be excited about by this young man. We've spoken about his lack of experience at this level, but he really came in and that didn't deter him whatsoever. There will always be that developmental trade-off with any young wrist spinner. They'll go for runs, they'll go for boundaries, but they will produce wicket-taking deliveries from time to time. And sure, there will be things that he has to work on, things that he has to refine, but I don't want us to sort of coach that wicket-taking threat out of him in search of immediate economy. He has all of the varieties as well. We saw the googly that he used from time to time to sort of set up certain wickets. So I really like this fact that he has the variety, and with time, with experience, the control will come. But this here, you cannot really buy this in a grocery. This is natural talent that he's come with. And all of the other facets we can refine, we can develop, and that accuracy will come over time. But this year, it's an absolute beauty for West Indies, and he can only grow from strength to strength. First game, we don't want to put too much pressure on the young man just yet. He has such a lot of learning still to do in his career.
Well, the first assignment done beautifully. We can talk also about Gudakesh Moti, who started bowling more quickly, but got success when he slowed it down, Bish.
Yes, to find the right pace to bowl on any surface, and he knows this surface very well, to find the right pace to bowl at certain stages of the innings, because when he came in the back end, he was firing the ball in, and I think correctly so, into the pitch, was keeping low at times. So he's another one that when he's at his best, the West Indies benefit from it, and so giving him that opportunity. We all have been in form and out of form at different stages in our career. So helping Gudakesh Moti through a rough patch, very important.
I want to stay with the former pacer to talk Alzari Joseph. 267 is really a result for the West Indies, considering the start. How good was Alzari in the death?
He was superb. Again, we talk about finding the right lengths, 1-4 and 1-6 in the last 10 overs. So he went into the pitch quite often, as Alzari Joseph usually does. If there's a little bit of bounce, if there's variable bounce, he can bowl into the good length, get it to skid and keep low, and then he can go hard again to get mid-Satna dismissed and then go full. So all his experience came into play at a very difficult stage of the innings.
All right, well, we've got an extra special guest incoming soon, but I want to ask you about this chase, Samuel Badri. 268, what about how conditions might change under these lights?
Yeah, and that remains to be seen. What does this lights do to the surface, if there's going to be any dew? But West Indies really need to set this innings up. They can't win it in the first 10, first 15, but they can lose it if they lose too many wickets. So a nice foundation, and they can't only rely on Shea Hope. They have a new opening combination with Justin Graves not available. So set a little platform, take some sort of blueprint from what New Zealand did in terms of setting their innings up. And I think if they can bat all of these 50 overs, they certainly will have a good chance of overhauling this target, and some inexperienced New Zealand bowlers as well to throw into the mix. So it sets up quite nicely, actually.
Game on. First one-day international here at Providence in this CWI ODI series between the West Indies and New Zealand. We are in Guyana. Extraordinary place, a Caribbean island considered. We're in South America, and I'm so happy and honored to welcome the Honorable Susan Rodriguez, Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce. How did you enjoy that first innings?
Hello, Alex. It was a blast. I think the home team did exceptionally well bowling, and even our boy Moti took 2 wickets. So we're very pleased with the performance of the team so far.
Minister, lovely to see you again. We met in New York at Caribbean Tourism Organization event. You're back in Guyana, and what a weekend of international cricket here.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, 2 international sporting events taking place in Guyana this weekend. We have, of course, the cricket match here, and we have an international racing event that's taking place tomorrow. And of course, I'm coming to you, and I'm seeing fans watching cricket and watching football on their phone at the same time. You know, when you love the sport, you just love sports.
Yeah, it feels buzzy in here in Guyana this weekend. Are you a cricket fan yourself?
I do watch occasionally. I'm not a huge fan, but I appreciate cricket for what it does for our people. I appreciate how it brings us together here in Guyana, how it brings the region together, and how important sports tourism is to us here in Guyana as well.
Such an extraordinary moment in the development of Guyana, a moment in history. How exciting is it to be on the front edge of that?
I'm extremely honored and privileged to be leading the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce at this time, where we have expanded our accommodation, 9 internationally built hotels in the last 6 years, 12 new airlines added to Guyana's airlift in the last 6 years, a number of international sporting events taking place. Guyana is emerging as a destination for events. And of course, when people come here, we want to encourage them to enjoy our hotels, enjoy our restaurants, indulge in our local gastronomy, and of course, take time to enjoy some of the natural attractions.
Minister, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on today and hosting these 3 one-day internationals. Wonderful to talk.
Yeah, we want to thank Cricket West Indies, of course, too, for bringing it home, and congratulate the teams and wish them all the best.
Right, thank you so much. 268 is the target for the Windies. So we take a little break here, but don't move a muscle. There'll be more live action from Providence here in Guyana.
No ball, and what a delivery. Gone. Finger raised. Astle doesn't seem too happy about it. That'll go for 4. The width was there, he just threw the bat at it. Wallop. Absolute wallop. Well hit. And we'll go for 4. Too short from Collins. Lovely shot. Again, fractionally short, but whipped away this time. Cracked away. 3 fours in succession for Stephen Fleming. Another 4. Down to the boundary. And what an over we've seen.
Making the charge and swinging away backward a square over the head of Lara on the backward square leg boundary. Beautifully played by Fleming.
And well caught. Just for a moment you thought he was just trying to stop or was a pull off a short delivery. And Hooper is very good close in. And just about when New Zealand seemed to be going quickly on to the 100 without any further loss, here comes the catching of Carl Hooper.
And bowled in. Strikes with his first delivery. And that is a very, very important wicket. And Collins comes back. A complete misjudgment on the part of Fleming. Hammered away. Long chase around for backward point, but he won't get there.
Well, the flower of New Zealand made that famous, started by the Pakistanis, and that's his 50. And 50 with a reverse sweep. Reverse sweep again will be as successful as the first. It is as successful.
Full toss. Down the ground, is gone. That's a big one. Gone all the way for 6. That's what you get when you bowl a full toss in the 45th over to a batsman who's just passed his 50.
He hit this well.
Well taken by Hooper. One-handed catch. Plucked out of the air as you do picking mangoes. And McMillan goes short of what seemed as if it might have been 100. Easy catch, just pushed straight into the hands of mid-wicket.
Oh!
Bowled in with a slow one. Just held it back. Had him swinging right across it.
Oh!
And a little bit more pace on that one from Hooper, and Vittori trying to improvise. Just missed it. He's hoisted that. He's right under it. Back goes Pedro Collins. Takes it, but steps over the boundary. He doesn't. He keeps it inside. But that's a very good catch by Collins. Last ball of the innings, and it's whacked away for 6. A huge 6 by Chris Harris. A long hop from Chris Gale to end off the innings, and Harris whacks it into the stand. And New Zealand finished 291 for 8.
Looking to turn it away, gets it past the keeper down to the boundary. So the West Indies are off the mark with 4 leg byes. Going over the top and will not go into the area of Craig McMillan down to the 3rd man boundary. Finding the gap square on the offside. That's what he wanted, the width outside the off stump. And he gets it immediately from Darryl Tuffy at the start of his 2nd over. Finds the gap over the top. That's 6. Out over point. That's an extraordinary shot by Chris Gale. Short and slashing away. They can't believe it almost, neither can he. Again looking for the gap on the offside, and will find it ahead of Vittori. This time along the ground towards wideish long off. And Chris Gale is setting the fans afire. Going for the drive again down to the 3rd man boundary. When you go hard, and he's done it again.
In the air and going a long way around before kicking into the boundary. Nicely put away, body weight on the left foot, and really launching into the square drive.
Down towards 3rd man for 4.
Hitting over the top, Chris Gale, and finds the gap well. Looking to go over the top on his court. Well taken, moving forward by Chris Harris, and he's got good reason to be celebrating, going down flat on his face.
This time goes over the top, out to mid-wicket. Good hit by Hooper. And gone. Slow delivery, he's done that to world-class batsmen all over the show, and he's done Lara there.
Gone. Hooper goes. Big wicket for Paul Hitchcock. Big wicket for New Zealand.
Goes for the big hit, high into the air. Will the catch be taken? Settling under it, and it takes it. Ridley Jacobs going for the swing, and Craig McMillan swinging this one well out over square leg. That's a massive hit. That's what the West Indies need. A 6 into the standard square leg, right into the slot for Wavell Hines. Stands his ground this time, goes over the top. Tuffy, will he take the catch? Settling under it, and he claims it. Ramnaresh Sarawan has gone, and Darryl Tuffy has been outstanding in the field. Again, he's bowled it, going too far across, and looking to play it away into the leg side, right across the stumps. Inexperience of Ryan Hines showing there, and the New Zealanders with Shane Bond again striking the crucial blow. Slow delivery, helped around, a very fine out towards the boundary. That's what the West Indies need. Superbly played by Chandapol. Going for the big hit, out over the top, he's got it. Deep out towards long off, one bounce into the boundary. Did it carry for 6? Yes, it did. A massive hit by Shivnarine Chandapol. There's pandemonium here at the Arnisvale playing field. You can see that it dropped well short of the boundary. The enthusiasm of the spectators getting the better of the umpire, who changes the decision. 287. Swinging this one away again, out towards backwards. Craig running out towards the boundary. The scores are tied. Brilliant batting by Shivnarine Chandapol. The fans are threatening to run onto the field, but the scores are level. Everybody's in. Indies have won this match. Chandapol has played an heroic hand for the home team, coming on after retiring hurt with a damaged elbow. Gets it away, gets some 18 runs off the final over, and the West Indies have achieved their highest ever run chase in a one-day international. Chandapol, his arm cupped to his side, almost in a sling. He's in pain, but the man really feeling the agony is the one in the screen now. Stephen Fleming thought he would have had it with 15 runs needed of the final over, but Darryl Tuffy was the man who was called upon to produce the goods. He couldn't deliver, and the West Indies and their fans celebrate in the evening sunshine at Arnisvale.
A sight for sore eyes, of course, if you experience the breathtaking beauty of Barbados, where the Atlantic Ocean meets the Caribbean Sea. The rolling hills on the coastline, very, very relaxing. Sports tourism is also a big part of the island's economy, as it's with the case with so many in the Caribbean. And here in the country of Ghana, we continue this first ODI between the West Indies and New Zealand. Providence Stadium is the venue. West Indies won the toss, elected to bowl first and restricted New Zealand to 267. Bowled them out one delivery short of their 50 overs. They were 80 for 1, so they had a good foundation, but they were unable to accelerate, limiting New Zealand to just 1-6 and 1-4 in the last 10 overs. 65 to Mitchell, the top score. Alzari Joseph came back strong at the back end, 4 for 41, but it was Vital Laws, the 19-year-old Jamaican, making his debut, who has set towns wagging here at Providence. Another Jamaican, of course, in good touch, John Campbell, will be opening the batting with Akeem Ogis, Stacey and Adams alongside me. It promises to be an interesting contest. It's hard to know for me how good a total it is. There's a little bit of due formation down there when I was down there 10 minutes ago, but we've seen an up and down nature to the surface.
Yeah, West Indies will certainly be hoping that Dew can come in, but you look at the proceedings prior, the way New Zealand constructed their innings, we did say, and Darren Ganga as well, you know, the way they went about it, flawless in that power play, no wickets going down. So perhaps conditions not as slow as we predicted. There was some spin, there was some turn for the spinners. Some grip as well, but it'll be left to be seen if the Pacers will get nip off the surface with the lights on.
And they've got the returning Jacob Duffy, who missed the England tour for the birth of his first child. Duffy was excellent when these teams met in New Zealand. 81 wickets across all 3 formats in the last calendar year. The most by a New Zealand bowler. Will he swing it? He can swing the ball back into the left-handers when there is swing available. And if there isn't, he can then revert to scramble seam, three-quarter seam, or hard into the pitch.
Current holder of the Sir Richard Hadley Medal, Jacob Duffy, the leader of this pace attack. Number of missing seamers. White signal, but the likes of Matt Henry missing. He's had such a good test match series, missing out because of injury. And some workload management as well for some of the other players. So a lot will rely on him to lead this fast bowling attack.
Short mid-wicket in play. And there is that uneven bounce. And that's what I'm looking forward to seeing, you know. I felt that as a bowling group, if you bowled a hard length or a good length straight enough on this surface, that the ball will keep low, it'll have variable bounce if you can bowl straight enough. Doesn't mean you don't score off it, but it can be hard to score. And that short mid-wicket is for the one that comes back into the left-hander.
And you make mention of that short mid-wicket, note how close he is to the batters. That's an indication of the slowness of the surface. That position becomes a wicket-taking position. In case any odd deliveries just pop up. If the batter loses his hands,
it'll be given wide, but there again you can see the lack of bounce. And when you can hit either front edge, middle or back edge, either on the stumps or maybe fourth or fifth stump, there is some reward that you can get. Can you eventually bat out of your crease to counter it? As wide as you can get, very uncharacteristic of Duffy, 5 wide.
Perhaps looking for a swing, putting in that big effort, Jacob Duffy, but quite wayward on his return. Latham had no chance. I think with the way the field is set as well, we mentioned that mid-wicket field, that square leg, short, straight is what the skipper is hoping for.
Nathan Smith is bowled well, player of the series for New Zealand in the Test match series in England. He was very good against Ireland prior to that. He's in good form. Matt Fisher, pacey, can swing the ball. It'll be fascinating. Maybe he's trying to work his way back after some extended leave. Jacob Duffy from the international game. IPL winner as well with Royal Challengers Bengaluru. Filled in nicely for Hazelwood when Hazelwood wasn't there early in the season.
No run!
Lovely touch from the left-hander, just punching it away for 4. 12 without loss. Casey Carty slotted to come next. His last few ODIs haven't been to his high standards. What a chance for him to regain form. Nathan Smith.
Yeah, doesn't have the biggest stride, John Campbell, but a lovely flow of the bat, lovely hands through it. Allowed it to come to him, timed it really well, didn't try to overhit it. Get his innings going.
It's another reason why you want to bowl a tighter line into the stumps. Good, sharp Nathan Smith. I like the fact that John Campbell is batting out of his crease as well. I mean, we talked about it in that over, that it's one way some batters can sort of get closer to the length of the ball. Still a short mid-wicket. Just short of Daryl Mitchell. But a nice start from Nathan Smith.
His length and line has been precise in this over so far. Offside field set for him and he's bowling to the plan. Bit of uncertainty created there by Akeem Ogi. He's just looking to ride it down to third man, but there's a slip in place, so fraught with danger, that shot.
He's a good one, Nathan Smith, of course. He's had his history of injuries, not least an operation on his back, and I know about back injuries, and just chatting to him in New Zealand and the fact that he's worked so hard with his strength and fitness to be bowling even quicker post-surgery than he was perhaps pre-stints with Worcestershire in the UK and Surrey last year. He's brilliant in the Test series and the Tour of the UK. Good again, and he bowls a wobble seam at times, 13 without loss. Short mid-wicket has now gone into short cover. Remember, there was a short mid-wicket in the previous Duffy over.
That's a much better start from Jacob Duffy. Say hi to Ian Bishop, young man. No means to ask grandma.
Real intent, that wasn't that short. And I've talked about sometimes the ball keeping low, so that's very brave and well executed from Akeem Ogi.
Yeah, very well played by Akeem Ogi. He too picks up a boundary. Just a little bit of width, perhaps inviting him to play that shot. Talk about keeping it tight to the line of the stump. Yeah, that little bit of width, but going horizontal with the shot to the leg side. Yeah, that is where the danger could have been presented there, but quite audacious from Akeem Ogi. A very good follow-up delivery as well from Jacob Duffy.
Yeah, think the seam position there. You can see the three-quarter seam. Most of the New Zealanders operate with that post, Southey and Bolt, who were trendsetters. Seam up to three-quarter seam. And again, if it's not swinging, that's where he goes. Lack of bounce. You can even come around the wicket if you feel the need to do it as a seamer, if over the wicket isn't doing it for you. Again, that three-quarter seam. So he's recognized there isn't much swing, and he's gone wobble or three-quarter. It's gone high. Satner's tracking it. It's a valiant effort, but no reward.
Brilliant effort from the skipper. kept his eye on it all the way, but just lost it at the last moment. Akeem McGee's deciding to go aerial, wasn't in control of that shot. Got a lot of elevation on it, not a lot of distance, and Mitchell Santner just kept up with it all the way through. Couldn't manage to hold on at the last moment.
Talented young batter out of St. Lucia, 19 without loss. Very famous partner of Nathan Smith, Amelia Kerr, who captains the women senior team. Conventional seam-up delivery, and he himself will also wobble the seam at times.
Again, on target, keeping the stumps in play. And that variable bounce could come into play. And John Campbell, not known for that big stride, managed to get a bat down on it. But look at this fast bowling group for New Zealand. When you think about Bolt, who was gone before, Southey as well. And they've managed to keep a good crop of fast bowlers together. And they're continuing to build on that. Now also we'll see Matt Fisher introduction to ODI cricket soon.
Again, very, very direct in his line. Hard to know whether he should be getting forward because of the low bounce. The occasional delivery will bounce normally.
Yeah, he's creating indecision out there. With foot movement, that is. And John Campbell on this occasion could have easily gone back onto the stump.
That is audacious. It really is from John Campbell. This early in the innings takes bravery.
Being creative on that occasion, John Campbell. Just picking the length, deciding if he's going to continue with that length, I'll just lap him behind that vacant fine leg area. A smart batting from him, just trying to throw the bowler off that length that he has been so precise on so far.
Actually, and you stay with it because there's a wide-ish fine leg, so it's a good shot. He wants to play it again, then so be it. Take your point. It's a well-made point about New Zealand's depth of fast bowling. I think they have more depth in the fast bowling game than any other team in the world right now. You think Matt Henry isn't here, who took his time to get a leading role, while Wagner and Bolt and Southey were there. They've got Smith here, Duffy, Jameson's not here. Number of others. Zach Folks came in nicely in England, and West Indies saw firsthand other players of great skill and depth. And of course, my favorite fast bowler in the world right now, Will O'Rourke, when fit. I wonder if that's an indication of the dew formation, having that drying agent or sawdust being poured out there, because there hasn't been any rain. So obviously a little bit of dew formation is setting in, making the landing area a little bit slippery.
Yo, hey, tell him I run off slow. Just run off slow. Run off that direction.
.23 without loss. Cricket West Indies ODI series action. West Indies desperately in need of a series win to get up the rankings. Started nicely, 23 without loss. Akeem Ogee spent some time in hospital over the last 12 months with a stomach ailment. He's also been to the CSK Academy in India. Former West Indies under-19 player. We just talked about the bounce of the surface. And Ogee himself played a couple of shots. His pull shot was off the toe of the bat. It wasn't that short. It went for 4. It was right on the toe of the bat. And then the loft down the ground, perhaps hit a little bit higher, but not absolutely out of the middle. So there is some merit to hitting that length. And there, it just bounced a little bit more than previously.
Telegraphed quite well. John Campbell on that occasion. Similar length again. Very close to that field at mid-on. But yeah, you're right. Not quite out of the middle just yet from Akeem Ogee. And something similar happened here.
High up on the bat there, near the splice of the bat. So that's what happened. Some low, some normal, some high.
But a real opportunity for Akeem Ogee was been around this group. Hasn't had a lot of playing time. Justin Graves, I think he's out with injury, the preferred opener. Now he opened against Sri Lanka. Akeem Ogee came in to that final ODI but batted at number 4. So an opportunity for him to just find a place in this playing 11. He has an opportunity at the top. Opens the batting, I should say, for St. Lucia, Windward Islands as well. Young man who's built his career on transformation. At the age of 12, he was overlooked for the under-15 team, went back to the drawing board and worked hard.
It's a chance. It'll take some catching. but safely done. Well done by Nathan Smith. But again, we talk about the ball coming off the surface sometimes as you don't expect.
Yeah, Jacob Duffy into the wickets. Didn't quite find his line early, but he has found that length, that hard length into the surface. John Campbell just looking to pull that one, hit high up on the bat. And a very good catch from Nathan Smith, his opening bowler partner. So John Campbell has to go back for 11. West Indies 28 for 1.
Casey Carty with impressive numbers in ODI cricket out of the island of St. Martin. Numbers have come down just a little bit in the last few months or so since getting that 100 against England at Cardiff. He hasn't gone past 40. He's got a 29, a 30, a 35, 32, and a 27. Scored 300s in quick succession last year. $28 for 1. Nathan Smith.
He's been good, Nathan Smith. Inexpensive from the other end, but that length again, Bishop.
Good catch too, because square leg was tracking it as much as Smith was coming off. And Will Young left it. I think he did the right thing. If you're coming to the ball, it's a little bit easier to take the catch rather than if you're running back and the ball is tracking over your shoulder. So good communication by the two fielders.
Yeah, look to be pitching outside leg. Latham just indicating that as well. But I was saying about Nathan Smith, I think he's shown good control at the other end. Even when John Campbell looked to take him on, play that scoop over fine leg, he stayed on that length. Change his line from time to time. And it's been so accurate. While Jacob Duffy has just been trying to find his way back into his rhythm, he has good support at the other end from Nathan Smith.
A lot of talent to come. It's Shea Hope, one of the great players of this format of the game, Shea in Rutherford, Amir Django. Love the way Amir Django has gone in his ODI career with that 100 and then that wonderful test match innings from St. James in Trinidad. You don't find too many players coming out of that area. Sheffield Rutherford, of course, it was a year or two ago. He had a wonderful ODI calendar year. Must have averaged 100. And Shea Hope the Great. That's not great keeping. A little bit sloppy. But again, not straightforward with the ball dying on Tom Latham.
Yeah, some inconsistent bonks. Just died on its way to him, diving away to his left. It did take the glove though. Couldn't manage to hold on to it.
Again, a little indication too of maybe a little bit of moisture on the ground, right? So eventually when the spinners come into play, that could become a factor, both in gripping the ball and with the ball sliding on. Who knows? Rags are out in force as well. Humid here in Guyana, always has been. This time in the gap, Mitchell was a little bit wider. That definitely would have carried. 34 for 1. Very talented middle order with Shea Hope and his experience, Sheffield Rutherford and Django. Moti can bat, so too Cavalier.
Yeah, an edge found by Nathan Smith. You just wonder if Daryl Smith saw that disappointment in his face as the ball passed between him and the keeper. If he was a little bit closer for the previous ball, Daryl Mitchell.
I just wonder if Mitchell went wider as well as the overs have gone on. Usually the keeper and the wide slip will say, I'm going at everything as a wicketkeeper. If you go wider, anything is mine. take work to chase this total. I think 10 times out of 11 first innings total of 250 or more have been defended in ODIs here. The one time I remember big total being chased here was against Pakistan. I don't know if it was 2017 when Jason Mohammed got his highest ODI score. They chased 300 against Pakistan here. It's a good pitch. This one has a little bit more challenges in it.
Yeah, chased 309 against Pakistan in 2017 West Indies. It's all about your tactics, particularly at the top of the order. And if theirs do, you'll need to keep wickets in hand. Just manage the initial period to see.
And West Indies have a nice trio to come in that middle order with Hope, Rutherford and Django. 37 for 1.
Early enough strike for New Zealand in defense of this total. Casey Carty, 3 centuries last season, but hasn't found his way since then in this pivotal number 3 position. These West Indian fans are hopeful that they can produce a win to start this 5-match series. So much to play for from a West Indian perspective. Darren Ganga alongside me. DG, where do you see the greatest challenge for the West Indies, and how have you seen this start from them?
I think it's that ability to rotate strike. If you look at what New Zealand did, of course, they batted fluently in the first power play, and then things slowed. The dot ball percentage just around 47, so that's an area that West Indies should look at and learn from. Rotation of strike more heightened when you're playing in conditions like these at Providence, low bounce, variable pace off the surface. Have to find a way to rotate strike and score good deliveries with minimal risk. Did also see in the third power play just 2 boundaries, so it tells me that as the ball gets older, run scoring becomes more difficult. Hence, there must be an approach to score and get to this target.
Yeah, that's going to be 4. Trademark Casey Carty. Full and wide. Gets the gap, gets the boundary.
And I just want to dwell more on what we've seen from Carty in this number 3 position. It's been transformational. Again, evidence of his high skill. Just caressing this one through cover point. Hitting with the wide angle with an open blade. Good technique shown, good result too.
Yeah, this chase may not be decided against the new ball. It's in the middle overs where I think things will get very interesting. And what he does against the like of Mitchell Santner, yeah, just opening the blade on contact to get the gap. how does he handle the spin when it eventually comes on? Will be something that we'll be keeping a very close eye on. We have a few options, well, New Zealand. So a nice little burst of pace early up. $42 for 1.
This is exactly what I've been referencing in the last over. The transformation from Casey Carty in his last 24 matches. Not quite sure what that was meant to achieve. But I feel Hakeem Ogis has invested a little more time at the start of his innings. Appreciate the situation and align with the conditions. Something we've seen from Casey Carty in the last 24 matches. Him understanding his role at number 3. He speaks about his ability to manipulate the field. And that awareness as to what is required from a world-class number 3 batter. Must be a player who can convert starts into 3 figures. And that he's done well in the last 24 matches. So here's a player who has grown in stature from his start. Remember, he started ODI cricket back in 2022. A turning point would have been that century against England in Bridgetown, Barbados. And he's laser focused now on producing and being consistent with the bat. So when you see a batter with this type of attitude, you want to fuel that. Fuel that in that said upward trajectory.
Yeah, just to add to that, he's searching for that consistency. He hasn't scored a half century in 11 innings before this one. So can he rediscover that sort of form from 2025, 2024 when he was scintillating? Yeah, we'll get a boundary. Got inside the line nicely for that one.
Judging the length early at times. With that short pitch delivery, the ball stays down. So as a batter, you must keep your eyes on the ball because you might be required to change your initial stroke. Not on this occasion. That backlift high, swiveling on it, trying to get it fine, and that he did.
Another extra. Support from all over the Caribbean for the West Indies. Yeah, I want to see how often they do that as well. The running between the wickets. You mentioned the dot balls, how they can rotate strike, especially when this first power play is done and dusted. And when we see the spinners come into play.
Already 6 overs of dots out of nearly 9 overs. So not ideal for the West Indies. Maybe an indication as to how disciplined the New Zealand bowlers have been. But that's an area that you want to change. You want to put pressure on the opposition bowlers with manipulating the field with singles. 8 from the over, 50 for 1.
West Indies ahead in terms of runs, but they've also lost that wicket. New Zealand unscathed up until now when they batted, ended up on 267. West Indies did well in the latter stage of the innings to restrict them for that, maybe inching towards 300 if they had their way. They seem to be impatient at times. Hakeem Ogis, he too will understand the opportunity that he's been given here. We've seen quite a few players actually grab hold of opportunities this home season.
Hakeem Ogis will want to learn a bit or two from Casey Carty, who spoke about the time that you have as a batter in 50-over cricket, just a little bit more. And the T20 format, where you're allowed to get yourself in, appreciate the situation, map a way forward. Saw that shot in frustration from him in the previous over.
Yeah, they have the spin options there in New Zealand. Even Mark Chapman can give you some orthodox as well. But Mitch Santner, his 10 overs with all of his experience, will be perhaps where this game pivots.
West Indies, they've benefited a lot from Shea Hope and his form that he's shown throughout his ODI career. 19 ODI centuries. And the hallmark of his batting is that rotation of strike through the middle phase of the innings. Of course, early on, he opened the batting. Now he bats in the middle. And that's the ideal skill required for these conditions here at Providence.
Yeah, 39 dots now for the West Indies in the first ODI against Sri Lanka. The only one that was played in the first 10 overs. West Indies faced 50 dots out of a total of 60 deliveries. So still trying to find that equilibrium between dot deliveries and rotation of strike. And when that happens, the required run rate incrementally increases and it puts a little bit pressure as you go deeper in the innings. And another dot, and what that does is that psychologically and subliminally you find the batters trying to hit their way out of that situation, and that's where the unforced errors occur. New Zealand were quite good the way they rotated strike, the way they accumulated runs in and amongst the boundaries that they hit. Only 3 sixes in their innings. And just the one run from that over. Power play 1 done, 51 for 1. Another half century for Daryl Mitchell in that score of 267. Lots of starts for New Zealand. West Indies in response, they've gotten to 51 inside 10 overs. Jaden Lennox, the new bowler, the infancy of his career. Let's see how he adjusts to these conditions. Left unorthodox to the left-hander. More protection now that we're outside the first 10. Some grip immediately.
Well, he picked up 5 wickets in that last series against Bangladesh. The one that New Zealand failed to win. He is a wicket taker. We wait and see how he adjusts to these conditions.
He doesn't look too dissimilar to that man on screen in terms of his approach. Quite relaxed, not too much energy heading in. There is that eerie similarity between him and his captain. We'll no doubt focus a little bit more on that. You look at that approach, nice and relaxed. Outside off stump.
Let's talk about the New Zealand batters and that advancement that we didn't see from them to spin. More so when the ball is turning into you either as a lefty or a righty. That's one way of applying pressure on a bowler. It's one way of changing the length of the delivery to you with minimal risk.
Finger spinners. New Zealand players were having a closer look at this one. Was it outside off? All right, that was a decision that they missed, or an opportunity rather. Could have reviewed, opted against it. There's the variation from Lennox. A nice start, nice controlled start. 54 for 1. Partnership of 26 between these two from consolidation now. They'll have to contend with the 26-year-old New Zealand tearaway Matthew Fisher on debut. Already played international cricket in other formats, but first time in this one. Clocked 150 kilometers per hour on T20 international debut. So very excited about what he's done. Suffered a spate of injuries, but was in a camp in Chennai when he got the news about this series, and he's raring to go.
First ball in ODI cricket went for that defensive Yorker. Just within that blue tram line. Kimogisa will have a test here. Might just want to make good use of that extra pace off the surface. Timing will be a little bit easier as a batter.
Yeah, you made mention of Fidel Edwards earlier, DG, but his story is not too dissimilar from that. He was fast-tracked into New Zealand's side after his rapid pace caught the attention of head coach Rob Walter when he was a net bowler in the lead-up to that Zimbabwe tour in August last year. Given the opportunity, and he always had an inkling that he wanted to be a fast bowler. Starts nice and full, now sort of getting his rhythm, getting his pace up. Looks burly, looks strong.
He will have the guidance of Jacob Oram, the bowling coach of this New Zealand side. Always helpful to have a former player just help you navigate proceedings early in your career. And as you often hear with fast bowlers, they take an over or two just to feel the surface, feel the conditions out, find the right length that they think it's most effective on the surface. And because the bounce is lower than average, you have to pull your length back a little bit more to make it more uncomfortable for the batters.
Good timing.
And this is why. That might be a delivery pitching on a good length, but because the bounce is low, it allows Casey Carty to hit that. What you say is traditionally the up, on the up of the bounce. But he makes contact at the right part of the bat for impeccable timing.
Five runs from his first over, 59 for one.
Few classical drives from Casey Carty. Might just get him into good rhythm as a number 3 batter, and a great mindset too.
Are they flowing now, the West Indians? Hope Rutherford, Django to come. And then the all-rounders slash bowlers.
Yeah, what's that?
There is that option of using his feet, advancing. Once you show a bowler you're capable of doing this, then it questions that bowler's length.
He's so similar to Santner in his approach, Lennox. Because he gets in so slowly, he has the advantage of adjusting based on what the batter does, as opposed to bowlers who approach with lots more energy and momentum. It's more difficult to change then.
Everyone has a style, Samuel. Yeah, so far so good. Judging length nicely. Carty hanging back. Ogis advancing, then hanging back for an easy single already. 2 runs from 3 balls. That's the smarts required.
Yeah, the deeper this game goes as well, the more due theoretically it becomes a little bit easier for the batters. Maybe not so in reality. So far, so good this over.
Keeping my eye on the variations from Lennox, that last delivery. Release from wider to the right-hander. Often see that with left-arm spinners, just trying to use the wide angle for the LBW shout. 13 overs gone, 63 for 1.
Identical after 13 in terms of runs, just a wicket for the West Indies, the difference. Yeah, timing again will result in a couple. Fisher mentioned Neil Wagner, someone he had an opportunity to play with in the back end of his career, and more so the conversations about managing his body because of the injuries he's had. And that's something that he'll have to focus heavily on. And no doubt a challenge that will be ever present in this contemporary cricketing landscape. He also has a law degree, DG, but his focus now is just to represent the Black Caps and to give it his all every time he gets the ball. He loves reading. He uses that as an avenue to stay away from social media and the toxicity that sometimes prevail there. So he's a wonderful emerging talent, and previous commentators have mentioned the assembly line of fast bowlers being produced in those parts. Add him to the list now. Wonderful timing all along the ground. Glorious from Ogis. Sometimes raw pace can be a disadvantage.
And length once more. Just allowing Ogis to drive through the line. Very little lateral movement. Maybe another cross seam delivery, so he's not giving the ball an opportunity to deviate. That grip a little more upright from Matt Fisher. Haven't seen a short ball from him just yet. I feel that is such an effective wicket-taking ball in these conditions. Of course, with the appropriate feel, hitting against the wind. Those are factors to consider when using the short pitch delivery or bouncer.
Yeah, much better length, much better line from Fisher. On debut, so you'd expect the nerves. He's played international cricket before, so it's not altogether new to him. Just trying to manage expectations, manage your body. He's gotten through 1.5 overs so far. Can he get a wicket? Useful partnership of 43 so far. Stump line once again. 9 runs from that over. Leg by of the final ball, 72 for 1.
72 for 1, the West Indies, and these worms show us very nicely the New Zealand innings, how it built steadily but it didn't really kick on, lots of wickets falling at the end, and you see the West Indies worm just below that. Lennox again. Lucky. Might run all the way to the boundary. It's a chase on, yeah, boundary off the first ball. Stacey Hernandez.
Fortunate indeed. What was good there is that didn't really travel to the slip fielder. Don't think it would have carried to him. Casey Carthy. Yeah, it just died on its way. Michael Bracewell in slip.
Jaden Lennox was here for the Global Super League. Played with the Central Stags. This is his third overseas tour, white ball tour for New Zealand after a successful debut in India in January. 5 ODIs, 8 wickets. He'll be searching out a few more here tonight. What do you make so far of this West Indian chase, Stacey?
Stake on that one, Leno. Lovely, mate. Swing this, lads.
Yeah, I think these two have steadied things quite well out there after the dismissal of John Campbell, approaching 50 runs partnership. It's just what West Indies would need, some space before that introduction of Shea Hope. If he gets a bat tonight.
Catch that.
Chip down to it. We'll get the single. 50 partnership between these two off 62 balls, Casey Carty and Akeem Ogist.
Yeah, he needed batters to control the tempo of the innings, and I think these two are doing that quite well. 50 partnership between them.
Yeah, good final ball. 6 off, 78 for 1.
50 runs partnership for the West Indies. Between August and Casey Carty.
Well, score comparison there for you. 75 without loss, New Zealand at this stage. Windies 3 more runs with the loss of 1 wicket. That total 268 for the West Indies here in Guyana at Providence. Day-night encounter in this first one-day international. The captain introduces himself, Mitchell Santner. Showed great frustration after getting out. Wanted to kick on at the back end with the bat. But this is where he will earn his dues.
Start here, boy. Keep squeezing, lads. Every couple of sets for us, boys. Every couple of sets here.
Turn already.
Beautiful, Mitchie. Boys, squeeze.
Going nicely, this pair. But the common refrain, of course, particularly in this format, is to score off more balls. Dot balls.
If you look at what New Zealand did up front, they ran very well between the wickets. I think they did a lot of the heavy lifting at the top as well. They scored the majority of their runs in the first 40 overs or so.
Yes, Mitchie, that's beautiful.
So important for West Indies to set up the innings in a similar fashion. As I said, these two doing things quite well out there. Not losing another wicket as well. So important.
Yeah, they'll know how vital that is. Having both 2 set batters in the middle building a nice partnership here. Kesey Carty, we know he can score big when he gets going.
And I think one of the things coming into this series as well for West Indies would be that middle over strategy. How they approach things in the middle. And how they play the spinners as well. You look back to that Sri Lanka series and the spinners had a lock on the West Indians. So need to find that flow against the spinners and that flow that they're searching for in the middle passage of play. Had a good power play, 51 from it. It's just about management in this period.
Miserly from Satna, 4 from it. 16 gone, 82 for 1. Time for a drink. West Indies 82 for 1 here at Providence. Trying to chase down a decent score from New Zealand here on this first one-day international. There'll be 3 ODIs in Guyana, and then we head to Barbados for 2 more. Yeah, gorgeous Barbados. Kite surfing, wind surfing, one of the best surf breaks on the East Coast as well. If you prefer just regular surfing, jet skiing, snorkeling, gem of the Caribbean. Get yourself to Barbados. Visit barbados.org. Looking forward to heading there the second half of this series. 1 wicket for Duffy. Otherwise, still searching for inroads, but good economies. And the spin certainly being the West Indies tagged back in these middle overs. They'll have to find a way to maneuver, nurdle the ball.
And New Zealand dismissed for 267 with 1 ball to spare. West Indies in reply. Akeem Ogis with 31 and Casey Carthy there with 26. Both batters looking quite set. 82 for 1 so far.
Yeah, good 54-run partnership here off 70 balls. Live action. Oh, there he is. The President Irfan Ali has joined us here at Providence Stadium. Of course, so well loved here in Guyana, taking time for photographs. You won't find a leader in this region who loves his cricket more or is more informed about this game. So not surprising to see him here for this first one-day international. You'll have a lot going on. We heard from the Minister of Tourism earlier that they've got Another international event this weekend with the car racing. Everyone buzzing about that as well. At the new track. And of course, we look forward to GSL, the Global Super League, later this month, right here at Providence in Guyana.
Come on, boys. Grab the mistake here, lads. One mistake here.
Lennox now out of the drinks break.
Oh.
Wow, aggressive first ball. The single. Now, I wonder if that was a chat that they had in the drinks break about scoring off more balls. Such fun. It was a great place to watch cricket, the Providence Stadium. Great vibes around the ground, great music.
Either side of 100 for us, boys. Come on.
A real festival atmosphere anywhere you watch cricket in this wonderful part of the world.
Down toe.
There's actually a bit of an ongoing debate online at the minute about the fact about whether it's Caribbean or Caribbean. I'm going to ask my Vincentian colleague what they say in SVG. In Barbados, we certainly say Caribbean, 1 R, 2 B's. I know my Trinidadian brethren say Caribbean because they say that in their national anthem. I know about these things. We'll have to get them to weigh in on this when they come back on it. What do you guys say in SVG?
We say Caribbean. Caribbean.
Really?
Caribbean.
Which one? You're saying two different
Caribbean,
things
sorry.
Thank
Caribbean.
You. Let's
Caribbean.
be clear.
Well done, Lino.
I think it's because I said it quickly initially, but we do say Caribbean.
Yes, well, I would like to proffer that with 1 R and 2 B's, home of the Caribs, Caribbean makes more sense linguistically and historically, but I will leave the Trinidadians to fend for themselves and defend their position.
23rd of July. If you love cricket, you have to come to Cricket Land, Guyana. The best in T20, Global Super League. Looking forward to welcoming everyone from the region all across the world. Remember, the Global Super League.
We flicked away for a 4 off the last. Well, President Irfanali will be happy to see that. Looking forward to the Global Super League, but a match on hand here today. 6 off, 88 for 1. 88 for 1 here at Providence. Captain bowling from the northern end in this 18th over.
Yeah, weight transfer quickly there. Akeem Ogis recognizing that it was shot, set deep in his crease as well.
Yeah, gorgeous shot. Just an outstanding sight. I think those might be the New Zealand colors there. Oh, just outstanding, amazing. The Bharat Jagdeo Demerara River Bridge in all its glory this evening.
Oh.
It is just breathtaking and awesome, awe-inspiring. How much development has taken place here in Guyana over the years. And awesome scenes from the green stand there. You see Bobby Ramswaroop as well. Great to see him in attendance. Ramswaroop. Potential for a run out here. A dive, may have been saved by the look of Santner's face.
Seemed to have gotten in with a dive Akeem Ogis. He wanted the single. Casey Carty didn't. Needed more precise throw to the bowler, but credit to the fielder, he had to try.
Yeah, roll forward nice and slow, nice and slow. Bat is inside the crease, then bails removed, satisfied. My decision for big screen is
confirmation of not out, but the fielder he dived and then tried to whip the ball back in. Yeah, great effort from him. That's why he didn't get that power. It allowed it to get to Santana quicker.
Yeah, a good dive from Auguste as well. Yeah, very nice. Just knocked into some space on the onside. This will be frustrating the Kiwis.
Yeah, both batters look quite calm out there. They look as if they're batting with a plan in mind. Certainly frustrating for them, searching for that second wicket, New Zealand.
That's a beautiful shot, replacement as well. Just the single. Remain on strike. 92 for 1. Wow, a score comparison on the number. It's just extraordinary how many times that happens. The 92 for 1, exactly where New Zealand were at this stage of the game. 268, the target for the Windies to try and grab some points in this first one, the international. Yeah! Oh! Wicket breakthrough, what a catch! Can hardly believe it.
Yeah, Akeem Ogis, he has to go back. Jaden Lennox with the strike for New Zealand. They desperately wanted to break the partnership. Sitting on that back foot, Akeem, looking to work it to the onside. A healthy edge and a very good take as well from Tom Latham. A good decision from the umpire, so Akeem has to go back for 38. West Indies 92 for 2.
Captain Shea Hope makes his way out in the middle. Jaden Lennox managed to make a breakthrough here for New Zealand, reinforcing the confidence placed in him. He said he wasn't expecting the call up since Mitch Santner was back. Very excited to learn from him, but he's the first one in the wickets between the two. Very well set. Akeem Ogis just gets a little touch on it. Good take from Latham with the gloves. Big breakthrough, partnership broken. Now West Indies will have to rebuild, so little by little inroads here for the Black Caps, but it brings Shea Hope to the crease. which will be exciting for all fans of West Indies cricket around the region and world watching. Might well have been flipping between the World Cup football as well. England now into the semi-finals of the FIFA World Cup. A few who will remain unmentioned, very thrilled about that here in the Combox.
Yeah, Shea Hope off the mark. He has been a monolith for West Indies in this modern era. Highest scoring and amongst batters with 150 plus matches under their belt for West Indies. In now with, you say, a good foundation, 93 for 2. Chance to build on that.
Down, time in. Up me. Up me. So 2 dots, boys. Give us one more, Lino. Squeeze us one more, Lino.
Spent some good time at the crease, Kesey Carty. Will be happy to see Shea Hope now on the other end. What can they build?
Yeah, I really like to have a look again at that wicket delivery. Just where it landed. As the first ball of the over, it was quite quick compared to the other deliveries.
Yeah, you're quite right. Maybe we'll have a look at it next over, but you're quite right. 96 kilometers per hour. The first one, it was zippy. Picked up his wicket with it. Success for Jaden Lennox. What a good over. The wicket and just 3 runs conceded. West Indies 95 for 2. .95 for 2, the West Indies. Kesey Carty and Shea Hope in the middle for the men in maroon, the hosts of this CWI ODI series. We're in Guyana, Providence for ODI number 1. Very wily Mitchell Santner. And Shea Hope will be watchful here early on.
Yeah, Mitchell Santner, very experienced compared to his counterpart Jaden Lennox, operating from the other end, the south end. Yeah, he has a number of variations as well. A number of them springing from his release point. Sometimes he gets his arm very high, coming over the top. And sometimes he can slant it as well to get that undercut on the deliveries. Very well known for his arm ball also.
Yeah, as a fan of the game, certainly one of my favorite cricketers in the world to watch. Just such a good athlete. All parts of the game. Big appeal. Not interested. Leighton Butler from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Unmoved.
Well, he's the skipper in charge out there, Mitchell Santner. Already missed an opportunity as well. New Zealand earlier, not reviewing.
He'll know that now as well. Decided not to go for this one. It's 5 dot balls in a row. He'll be happy with that. Yeah, and a single off the last. 96 for 2.
Overs gone, 96 for the loss of 2. The West Indies looking for 216 to win the game at the end of 20. New Zealand
Wickets for both Duffy and Lennox. West Indies at 96 for 2. Mitchell Santner, very stingy. That economy of 3. He's actually, as a captain, got a win percentage of 75%. He has. Here's Lennox.
Yeah, Lennox has been consistently in that good length area and varies his pace from that as well. Why he's been so effective so far.
That is just beautiful and classical from the captain. 100 up for the West Indies, and the crowd here at Providence appreciate that.
It's an area that he accesses quite well. Shea Hope intentionally going over the infield, inside out, picking it with the angle.
Just letting loose here on Jaden Lennox. Shea Hope. How about on the onside now? And how about 6 of them?
Yeah, this guy is such an ocular treat, Shea Hope. When he gets going, perhaps just pulling back the length slightly, he was onto it quickly. Shea Hope has such a good record in this format. And this is a prime example of why.
Speaking of cricketers you love to watch, the style, elegance of Shea Hope. And he is a man in this side that stays in process. Such a disciplined person, athlete, cricketer, leader.
His conditions he'll know as well. He's played for Guyana Amazon Warriors for a number of years. Their home is right here in Guyana.
Yeah, very well loved here. Had lots of success. Prolific batsman. This is the 4 into the offside, and then very next ball, lifted, launched, trying to get to the back barrack Jagdale Bridge.
Yeah, it's good prediction of the length incoming from Shea Hope on those 2 shots. He was fuller the first one. The second one, he realized that the bowler was pull his length back and he was onto it on a flash, Shea Hope.
Successful over for the West Indies, 12 runs from it. 21 overs gone now in this chase, and the West Indies are 108 for 2.
Bang, bang, through the middle here, lads. Come on. That lower order here, lads. Couple here, we're on the game, lads. Couple here, we're on the game, boys.
West Indies require further 160 runs to hit the target.
Down, toe.
It's Santner continuing from this northern end. He's operated in tandem with Jaden Lennox. Lennox getting the wicket of Akimo Geese. He had a start 38 from 58. And that partnership of 64 laying a mini foundation for the skipper, Shea Hope. Ian Bishop alongside me for this passage of play. Right decision to bat Shea at number 4. I know some people might have considered a left-right combination being useful.
And Shea himself has control over where he bats as a senior player in the team and the captain, so
flies past that slip. Aiming for inside out once more. Shea Hope getting enough bat on this stroke.
Look, he's one of the players in this unit, Shea Hope, not only as a premier batter, but as someone who plays the spin generally very well, with Amir Django, Shafin Rutherford, and a brilliant record in the modern ODI game, up there with the very best.
Nearly sneaked through with Santner. He's been working his way in this spell, trying to breach the defense of Shea. Another delivery release from wide. Santner using the angle to squeeze into the defense. And Shea is equal to the task. 6 from the over, 114 for 2. Carty and Hope stitching together 22. Jaden Lennox into his 7th over now. Bowling without a break. Have to appreciate the way he's gone about his task of bowling his overs. Too short. Errant from Lennox and dispatch from Shea.
Terrific player of spin, not invincible, but it's one of the reasons he controls and tries to control the middle order, as opposed to being on top where he's very, very good. He will have another option up their sleeve if he continues to play with this vein. They could align one of the quicker bowlers at him, which they did in New Zealand in different conditions last year. They had Jacob Duffy going after him and one or two others using the short ball in test matches and white ball cricket. He scored a brilliant 100 at Napier. Conditions here not as conducive to bounce and pace for the fast bowlers.
I mentioned the last wicket of the fall, that of Hakeem Ogis. Lennox, he's been working away on that spot, that little wide spot there. That's a target for him, and he's turning the ball into the left-hander. But keep your eyes on the wicket-taking delivery. It's the straighter one that doesn't turn and outfoxes Ogis. That's great use of variation in the circumstances, creating a false sense of security for the batter with the ball turning into him and then one straightening. Superb to look at. 9 from the over, 123 for 2. West Indies inching ahead in this chase. Inside edge found once more. And it races away for 4. Less risks and more runs for the West Indies.
Every so often the ball has bounced and spun. Even as there's a little bit of due formation, not great. This partnership starting to grow better than a runner ball.
You don't often see similar style bowlers operate alongside each other. This has been a bowling partnership of note. Lennox to the left of screen gets into a position where he's releasing at his highest point, and so too his skipper. One would say many similarities with their action. Vast difference in experience between both players though. But they pivot well. There's that rotation of the front leg to maximize revs on the ball, to extract turn. Often talk about the hip going through, creating the torque required to get maximum out of the surface. Let's keep your eye right of screen on the hip of Mitsantna, and that leg that flicks higher than Lennox, just imparting more energy. Quick single.
To appreciate the effort by New Zealand to create pressure as well. They were allowed 4 fielders outside the circle in between overs 11 to 40. They've only used 3 for the most part with these 2 left-arm spinners. And I think Santner will have to change it up a little bit now.
129 for 2. Yeah, we had a chance to compare the 2 left-arm spinners. Their average speeds very similar as well. You did call it, Ian Bishop. Time now for seam. Fisher with the ball. He had that initial spell of 2 overs, conceding 13 at times, over pitch a few deliveries which were punished. Now we'll wait and see if he changes his length as this ball becomes a little bit older. Change of ends for him as well. You've had a look at him, Bish. Your thoughts on the debutant?
He's got a quick arm. He really bustles in, gets the ball through. What New Zealand like about him is when there is swing, and there's no swing now with the older ball, or balls, is that he can move the ball around at pace. Nice athletic run. Very chest-on action. And the arm goes through quite quickly, so there's a lot to like. He's had his injury issues. I don't mind the fact that he's gone cross-seam here either, with the ball not moving laterally. Drive the arms forward. Tight, stay within what we call the rectangle. Keep the arms tight. Very chest-on action. Decent enough head position and gets over the front leg. So nice things to work with. A nice length. And I think to your point, that's where he missed out in his early spell. He overpitched when you need to be hitting the ball into a length or just short of it. Might use the odd short ball. I wouldn't mind seeing that. I think what I would say to young bowlers watching him and watching a number of the best fast bowlers around the world, everything moves towards its target, towards the batter. Front arm, head, bowling arm.
Let's push. Very good control from Casey Carty. Appears as though he wants to make this start count. Other thing I haven't seen a lot of is that variation with the cutter from both teams. Guess the conditions here might be favorable for that type of delivery too. With cutter, of course, it's a pace-off delivery, and if you roll your fingers across the seam, you can get a bit of grip. Could get a batter playing a false stroke. Jimmy Neesham is a wonderful exponent of that type of delivery. Just nearly. 130 for 2. Halfway stage of the second innings of this first one-day international. Required rate 5.5. Just off the inner half of the bat, that last delivery. Swept in the gap. Great placement and a very, very good option executed.
A lot to like about the innings so far from Casey Carty. Since he scored that 100 against England at Cardiff last year, he's gone 13 innings at an average of 22. Not going past 35. Tonight he's gone past 35 for the first time in 14 innings. And there's no real necessity to give it away. There was a time from November 2024 to June 2025 where he scored something like 4 ODI hundreds in 9 innings. He needs to get back to his best form, and he likes batting with Shai Hope.
Yeah, I like his conversion. 4 ODI centuries, 5 half centuries. Lofted in the gap, and should be a couple. Ambition viewers, we've been talking about that upward surge by the West Indian batters across formats to get to 3 figures. So that in the last Test series against Sri Lanka, batters coming into their own, making their starts count, going big. A few grandfather centuries as well, a couple double hundreds. He's been one of the guys in the ODI format to achieve 3 figures regularly. That's close, maybe sliding down, maybe a bit of bat as well.
The hope is that that is a realization that the penny is dropped with a number of batters in the region. Also competition for places. Akeem Ogis is one who has to kick on. Inside edge.
.137 for 2.
It's a wonderful record, and why I think he is making his way towards legendary status in this format of the game, building his Test career on the side. Some great names above him. Better length. You look at Virat Kohli, who is a master of the one-day international game, averaging over 51. Shikhar Dhawan retired. David Warner also gone, but he averaged 45. QDK, Quinton de Kock, Babar Azam, and Hashim Amla up there. Very understated Hashim Amla. So very good going past Kane Williamson and 1900s. You look back and say he's a great of this format.
Significantly the only West Indian on that list. He's blazing a trail. There was that half shot from Mitch Santner in the previous over. Confirmation, there was bat from Casey Carty. New Zealand searching for a breakthrough. They know how important it is to get a new batter in. Bludgeoned the way through the offside. You can see there's a concerted effort by these two West Indians to rotate strike, to use soft hands, to appreciate the importance of singles in this partnership and in this run chase. Will require good backing up as well. Non-striker being well aware. They sneak through for a single. A blemish there by New Zealand. Not helpful in the circumstances. Haven't seen the off spin of Michael Bracewell just yet. 140 for 2. Third wicket partnership, seeking to take the game away from New Zealand. Too shy of a half century to match the 50+ run partnership between Carty and O'Geese. Just 5 bowlers used so far. Might want to be bold and innovate. Oftentimes captains don't like to bowl spin bowlers that have a negative matchup with batters. I was looking at the numbers for Shea Hope in ODI cricket at this venue. I know it's been far and few between. Averages just 23, but in T20 cricket, as Stacey Ann Adams mentioned, he averages 42. That's in CPL matches, GSL matches. When you look at Shea, what's been the difference? Him being able to master the conditions here at Providence.
Master it in T20 cricket, playing a lot of domestic cricket here helps, and understanding his role when he plays that franchise game.
That's just raced away for 4. Off the inside edge. Brings up the 50 partnership. It was a quicker one from Santner. Again, trying to use the angle to get the LBW shout.
Every so often he gets the ball to do something, whether it's bite a little bit or run on. He could think of a close-in fielder to Casey Carty, who's on 48 in sight of a 6th half century in this format. Just for a ball or two, either get your slip in or be innovative, because it's less than a runner ball required. Get a short leg in, and just to create the illusion of something further happening. Apart from maybe getting a Jacob Duffy back into the attack, but just 1 or 2 little things.
That's close, that's close. No, says the umpire, Dighton Butler. He might take the review. No bat on this occasion, so we'll have to wait and see.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery, front on place. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm, ultra edge, please. Roll through, flat line. When ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision not out. Pitching outside out. Impact in line. Wickets umpire's call. Dighton, stay with your original note of decision. Stand by. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
Well, just by a whisker, he survives. 144 for 2.
Shea Hope and Kesey Carty, 53-run partnership of 60 balls, and Carty survived a scare. Adri.
It's so important to get the on-field call. I didn't think that the appeal was boisterous enough, convincing enough, and so Butler said not out. Had he given it out, it would have remained out. You can see the frustration there from Satner. So important to get that on-field call in your favor.
Kiwis don't do boisterous, Samuel. They're a very even keel set of people. Very few egos. It's actually a really interesting outfit to watch, the Kiwis. Of course, they're star players, but actually each player a worker bee towards the collective effort. That seems to be the Kiwi way.
This really is a good innings from Kesey Carty. The tempo, the absorption of pressure, the re-exertion of pressure on New Zealand, and just understanding what this innings required. A lot of maturity in this innings.
Yes, indeed. And will get the 2 runs to bring up his 50. His 6th one-day international half-century. The man from St. Martin brings the crowd to their feet here at Providence on this sensational Saturday night.
The first half-century in 12 innings for Kesey Carty, so it's a welcome return to form for him. This will do his confidence a world of good. We know of his quality and his class. The highest run scorer for the West Indies post the 2023 World Cup.
The significance of this knock as well, not just for him as an individual player, but the partnerships. First with Akeem Ogis, the 50+, and again here now with his captain, who is impressed, and why wouldn't he be? Showing some great heart, and as you say, maturity, focus.
Yeah, but lots more to do. And this is where you really want to see him push on. Don't be contented with just a little personal milestone. Think about the team.
.147 for 2. .267 for New Zealand. Top scorer by Mitchell and a 4 for Valzari Joseph. Wonderful debut from Vital Laws. 147 for 2 in the chase here for the Windies. Mitchell Santana still searching for his first wicket. Well, Samuel Badri, what would you say here into the 30th over about the position the Windies have worked themselves into?
It's a chasing identity as we see some fans of the Kiwis vastly outnumbered. No doubt they'll be getting some shots in that stand. But AJ, they've won 8 out of their last 9 completed ODIs chasing. So it's an identity that they've developed, they've forged under the leadership of Shea Hope. And we're seeing greater evidence of it. When they batted first, that win percentage is just about 25%, which is quite low. So when they see the score in front of them and they know how to construct an innings based on that, and they've done well so far. 150 comes up for them, and that required run rate just hovering around 5 3/4. So it's very much in their control. Yeah, there is evidence of when they bat first and when they bat second. It's a huge disparity. It's usually that man Shea Hope who does well in the chases and sort of anchors the inning.
Well, nothing going the way of the Black Caps captain.
Yeah, the slowest of all the deliveries he's bowled in this over, just around 77.5. And we made the point when West Indies bowl and Gudakesh Moti in particular, finding the optimal speed at which to bowl. And just a little quick chat between Shea Hope and him because he understands how crucial a stage it is at the moment. And they've done a lot of the hard work. They don't want to give that away. 150 for 2.
The future is bright for the West Indies. This guy just marking out his run-up, going through his paces as he is excited to see his team in good position here. 150 for 2 after 30. It will be New Zealand looking for answers at this stage. Fisher to Hope.
Yeah, just with that young kid there, Vital Laws saw Adam Zampa at 4 years old, the story goes. And that's where he felt motivated to pursue that craft. So it's nice to see the youngsters, even at that age, looking on and perhaps inspired by what they see on the field.
Yeah, and Matt Fisher himself, he grew up idolizing Tim Southey, Trent Bolt, and Neil Wagner. Said Neil Wagner's taught him a lot about managing the body, managing his loads. And in the pre-show, Darren Sammy talked a lot about the fact that they need to draw inspiration from the greats, the West Indian past. So absolutely, we stand on the shoulders of those who came before. Fisher still looking for his first one-day international wicket. Beautiful lights of Georgetown, Providence and beyond. Be a bit of partying going on in this city tonight. Lots of people in town. That's a good shot and that's a good stop.
Yeah, you hear the groan of exasperation from Shea Hope. He got the width and the length that he was after. He just couldn't find the gap. A vicious stroke for none. Not too far from Nichols as well at backward point.
Would have been something special.
Yeah, New Zealand searching for some bit of magic, some sort of miracle to get a wicket here, it seems. Question you asked during the mid-innings, AJ, what sort of impact the lights and the dew would have on the conditions. It seemed to have improved batting conditions. Not as much turn as we saw from the first innings, and not as much variability in terms of bounce. More difficult for the spinners to grip as well. Be interesting to hear the players' thoughts as to how things changed from first innings to second innings.
Well, they're doing decently here at New Zealand at restricting run scoring. 14 runs in the last 30 balls. And that run rate's just dipped below 5. Just look at that. Just truly extraordinary. That bridge connects the west coast to Georgetown, to the capital city. What a piece of infrastructure is that? What a beautiful shot. To ruin the potential of a maiden over for Matt Fisher. They'll pick up 2 off the last. West Indies 1-5-2 for 2. Not too far off where New Zealand were at this stage. A few more runs for the Kiwis. 1 fewer wicket lost for the home side. 268 is the target. Higher than the par score here. In the pre-show we talked about 222 really, the par score here. And finally the introduction of Michael Bracewell, his offies. A wicket keeper bat, but because there's such a glut of wicket keepers in this side, plays the left hand bat. This ball's right arm off spin. Plays for Wellington. And this is a lovely strike. Casey Carty in some form this evening here in Guyana. 4 runs.
Yeah, quite deliberate from Carty. Knows that there's a mid-off in position and needs to get it just over the infield. The bat turns in his hand, so he doesn't middle it as he would have liked, but got enough to clear the infield. And an early boundary in the over. This will be viewed as a positive matchup for him. Not exactly where he intended, but Bracewell will be eyeing up this West Indian batting lineup. As an off spinner, he would see the left-handers to come: Rutherford, Django, Moti, Pierre. All left-handers, the next 4.
He'll be licking his chops. Shamar Joseph, also a left-hander.
Oh, Beastie. It's so nice, Beastie.
Yeah, it was an interesting question. I actually heard Darren Gangassi and Bishop about Shea Hope coming in, making it 2 right-handers when they have that glut of left-handers. Any thoughts on that from you, batters?
It's a position where he's done so well as well, Shea Hope, and with all of his experience. I think that sometimes we place too much of an emphasis on those matchups, that sometimes we forget about the game itself. Shea Hope is such a quality player. We've heard of his records. And for me, he can bat anywhere he pleases. 158 for 2.
Just over a run of ball required for the West Indies to secure victory here in this first one-day international in the 5-match series against New Zealand. That required rate has just popped above 6. Samuel Badri, when will it be a time for concern?
Yeah, that's a really good question. West Indies have done the difficult part. They've created a position of strength, but now comes the more sophisticated part of the chase, recognizing the moment to turn control into command, and they can ill afford to let that required run rate to expand. Duffy back into the attack now, so pace from that end. So it's finding the balance between run scoring and wicket preservation, because you don't want a new batter to come in if you can avoid it. These two very well set.
And Duffy took the first wicket for the Black Caps, dismissing John Campbell cheaply. Of course, he's just back into the side. First cricket since the T20 World Cup in March. He saw the birth of his first child, so congratulations to him and his family. What a wonderful time in his life. Stand out in all formats for New Zealand. That's a gorgeous shot, but it won't even get the single. Well fielded. Mitchell Santner again all over.
Yeah, the leader of this attack, Duffy, and I'm curious to see what sort of lines and lengths he operates on now. We've spoken a lot about keeping it straight, keeping the stumps in play in the event that the ball does something in terms of lowering of bounce. It also might be a little bit more difficult to score if it's on straight lines. So if they can just strangle the West Indies here, AJ, for all of the 8 wickets they have intact, it will create that element of pressure and a resulting unforced error. And speaking about unforced error, I'm hearing an alarm blaring there, which suggests this. And the resulting free hit. So, yeah, confirmation of that no ball. And can the West Indies now capitalize on this gift of a free hit?
Yeah, real opportunity, particularly in the context of the discussion we were just having. We need some runs, and we need a bit of an awkward one, just the single off it. Shea Hope started at quite a clip. He's 40 off 43 now. Carty 58 off 79, 70-run partnership between this pair off 87 balls. So this is all good news for the West Indians.
Yeah, perhaps this is an insight of what is to come. That last delivery, that free hit, a slower ball bouncer.
That one clipped behind square. Well fielded in the deep. Keep it to 1.
So it might be just an insight of what is to come as we go deeper into the innings, and in the final few overs we might see this being employed a lot more. It was his get out of jail delivery to a free hit, slower ball bouncer from Duffy.
It looked a bit like he attempted that again. And the single to finish. So 6 from the over. And 1 ball to bowl, having had the no ball. Oh dear, confusion here. He's got to get back. And he's lucky to get away with it. Carty confused as to why he didn't want the run. But safe. And we're going to have a drink now. Tom Latham looks like he's hurt a finger or two. But this might just be the opportunity both sides need to make a plan for the end of this. West Indies trying to chase 268 here at Providence. .164 for two. Casey Carty and Shea Hope taking the fight to the Kiwis in the middle. Carty on 59, Hope on 41. And a Kiwi attack, a wicket for Duffy and one for Lennox. Captain Mitch Santner and the offie Bracewell still searching for wickets. This tour, we have 3 one-day internationals here in Guyana, and then we head on to Barbados. If you're looking for the ultimate Caribbean adventure and you like the sea, that's the East Coast, one of the best surf breaks in the world. Ask Kelly Slater, a legend in the game. The South Coast, breezy, wonderful. And of course, the West Coast, like a pool, gorgeous place. Come visit us and check out visitbarbados.org. Straight into the wonderful architecture of Guyana. What a wonderful part of the world, the Caribbean. 164 for two, this chase. 104 runs required off 102 balls. Casey Carty has freed the chains, found himself in some form here tonight. A wonderful half century, Samuel.
Yeah, he needed an innings like this. He's found his range and his rhythm in this innings. But importantly, the way he constructed it, he gave himself time at the start just to get used to the conditions. And now that he's used to it, he will want to carry on and extend this innings to something that's much more significant. His scoring areas, he's very strong through that offside. Peppered that cover and extra cover region with a couple lovely drives. And down to long off as well. 49% of his runs scored in that V. Some scoring down in that fine leg region as well. He sweeps the spinners well. All right, so Bracewell will continue. 6 from his first. I just wonder what that discussion was like during the drinks interval, particularly from a West Indian perspective, with that required run rate close to 6.2 now, 104 from 101 balls, pretty much in control. But in the cricketing landscape, AJ, you say put a couple wickets to that, and that's where you really are.
Well, I can guarantee you that West Indian fans around this region are feeling exactly that tension. And I am sure that we will start to see some aggression from these two in the middle. A bit of a kick on, if you will. Something that New Zealand wasn't able to do. Have a look at that. How cool are they, West Indies? We're pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. Actually, reminds me, I now have a Trinidadian beside me. We have a question to ask you. Oh, that's beautiful. One bounce for Kesey Carty into the offside again. That's the aggression they were looking for. Boundary.
Yeah, too full from Burswell. And again, with that mid-off in position, always asking for trouble. Just needs to get some level of elevation. And in fact, it almost went all the way for 6.
And again.
Not sure how much wind there is out there, but that would be sort of into the wind.
Beautiful prices. High class MVC. One more dot.
Wonderful to have the Kiwis here in the Caribbean.
Come on.
They came early, actually. I would be unsurprised to hear. Got some good practice in this week here in the practice net. Getting a sense of conditions. 170 for 2. What a beautiful bridge in the background. Not 267 was what New Zealand could manage. Bowled out with 1 ball left to spare. West Indies on this chase, 170 for 2 after 34. So 98 runs needed, 96 balls with which to get them. Talked about what might have been the discussion at the drinks break in the West Indian camp. What about the Kiwi camp?
Yeah, if they can just string together a few dot deliveries and keep pushing that required run rate closer to 7, that's perhaps what they will be discussing or would have discussed. And if they can get a wicket, if they can just find a way to get one, then they will feel that they're well and truly back.
Hear the sound on tape. The sound off the bat. What a wonderful maximum.
They've equaled the Kiwis now in terms of 6s hit in West Indies. Really good hand speed through that from Kesey Carty. Good sound. And gets the maximum.
And just a roll of the wrist. That will be on the highlights reel for sure.
And with that 6, that solitary 6, AJ and viewers, the required run rate has gone under 6 runs and over. That is how quickly things can change.
Yeah, and the West Indians, of course, self-identify as boundary hitters. Not sure what's happening here. Umpire Alex Worf going to have a chat. Ah, they're having a look to see if this might be hit wicket, if the bails came off during that Kesey Carty 6.
Right, he's called for some assistance from upstairs. Let's have a closer inspection then.
Yeah, he completed his stroke, complete his movement. Yeah, satisfied. My decision for big screen is
yeah, the Kiwis were a little bit excited. The television umpire deemed that he completed the stroke and then the bat came around and hit the stump. It was a while after. The ball perhaps had even gone for 6 already when the bat hit the stump, and that's exactly what the umpire is explaining to the Kiwis now. Look at the shot, the ball's gone. It might have already gone for 6. So he completed the stroke and then broke the wicket. I know it will create a lot of confusion, AJ, but the timing of it is important.
Fatigue. 86 balls faced Casey Carty for his 70. It's been out there a long time. A little casual, having completed the 6. He almost was just admiring it and how giving the bat a bit of a swing, but it reached all the way back to the bails. Not out from the umpires.
Yeah, when he realized that he did it, there's that little coy moment. If the stumps are broken whilst playing the shot, then it will be deemed hit wicket. If it happened after the shot is played, then it's not. So again, the timing and when it happened.
Right, it was already a 6. Completed. Well, a little excitement there. A flutter of the West Indian hearts.
Yeah, Casey Carty nice and calmly puts the bail back on as if no one noticed. Yeah, and when the Kiwis saw the replay, AJ, they were sort of celebrating because even they didn't know what had happened.
That's really beautiful. Classical and easy into the onside. Just makes it look so effortless, Sheho.
Yeah, this could be the over where things perhaps swing decisively for the West Indians. 11 runs coming from the over, and then that little mishap. It could deflate you a little bit, AJ and viewers, when something like that happens and it doesn't go your way. Especially when this partnership has gone on now to 89. They just need to keep their wits about them, the Kiwis.
And the single to finish. 12 off the over, productive one from a West Indian point of view. 35 overs gone. West Indies 182 for 2.
Both batters in the middle exuding a sense of outwardly certainty with every shot played. New Zealand, Santner, Bracewell with ball in hand, searching for an answer, looking for a wicket to break this partnership. 90 runs between these two, Shea Hope and Casey Carty. Where are the answers? Yeah, where are the answers that New Zealand is searching for, Darren Ganga?
It lies in wickets. The question is how? How can they break this partnership? It was nearly broken with this event. Ball already going for 6. That was the determining factor. So the stump was broken immediately after the batter played the shot. And the question was asked.
Yeah, they thought they had their man. They were jubilant, New Zealand. The shot was completed before the hit wicket. Yeah, Casey Carty had a lean patch before this 73 that he currently has. And it's just a matter of trust in the player's abilities from that coaching camp of West Indies. They saw his potential and continue to stick with him, and now he's repaying their faith.
Look, every batter will go through a lean period. As we celebrate this half century from Shea Hope, a 32nd in this format for the West Indian captain. He's had his lean patches, but one would say he's in a purple patch in this format. Another well-constructed innings. He's striking at 96 at the moment.
Down, Beastie. Hold on, Beastie.
5 singles coming from that over, 187 for 2.
Hey. Come on, Lino. Come on here, boy. Grab one here, lads. Come on.
Jaden Lennox back. Change of ends for him. He operated at the north end. Picked up the wicket of Akeem Ogist. Even with the defense, Darren, there's such a great sense of purpose from Shea Hope. Soon as he came out, right away added that impetus for West Indies.
And the fabulous thing to appreciate is the way he gains more and more control as his innings expands. He was striking at just about 50, 60, and now at 50 runs, it's closer to 100. What that tells you is it takes a little bit of time to master the opposition bowlers, to understand the conditions, and then he's so good a player that he can find a way to score fluently as a batter. We've seen that change from him in the test match format. Goes about scoring runs with hardly striking a boundary because of that soft skill to manipulate the ball, to manage risks, to score good deliveries, which is a hallmark of his batting.
Right, set this, Leno. And again, boy.
Terrific strike from Casey Carty. This has been a magnificent partnership highlighted by that extremely wonderful shot from Casey Carty. 102 partnership between these two. West Indies 194 for 2. West Indies, Casey Carty, Shea Hope oozing confidence out there. Where can New Zealand find the wicket? 102 runs, this partnership, significant for West Indies. Nathan Smith to return. No wickets for him just yet.
Second 6 for Casey Carty. He's not afraid to go big when he gets the ball in his arc, in that hitting zone. Usually he hits with a straight bat, doesn't hit across the line, which is always good in these conditions. Chances are that you make very good contact to get maximum result when you use that approach.
That was an edge. An edge didn't carry till later. To make matters worse, it crashes into the boundary for 4. When you're batting that well, you get some luck as well.
Last 30 balls, 40 runs scored by the West Indies. So there is that change in gears. The acceleration, which I'm sure was something spoken about in that last drinks interval. And these two, they've motored on. Just 69 required now from 76 balls. And importantly, 8 wickets in hand.
Tickled fine. Beats the fielder on the boundary as well. Had the New Zealand fielders interested for a moment, but got enough batter onto that to bring up 200 for West Indies.
And Smith shouldn't be too frustrated with this outcome because it was a good delivery finishing on the stump. Just the tickle from Carty beating that deep fine position. With the dew taking effect, the ball sliding on, there needs to be an adjustment by Mitch Santner with his deep fielders behind the wicket. Those will need to get a little bit finer because of the slick from the surface. The ball sliding on now. So much to think about when this game unfolds, apart from the skill of the opposition players, the conditions, how they change is something that you have to be at the pulse of as a captain. I'm sure it's a bigger challenge for New Zealand, bowling with a relatively damp ball, not much lateral movement from the surface, so it pushes you to think differently. Again, there's very little grip for the bowlers, so the pace is quite consistent. And it makes for easier batting. And the West Indies, they're capitalizing on it.
Heard you speak about a change of pace. I haven't seen a lot of that from the pacers. From New Zealand did see that slower bouncer from Duffy to Hope. We see some of that soon. .11 runs coming from that over. 205 for 2. Just 63 runs needed. West Indies from 72 deliveries. 2 set batters out there.
Oftentimes when in this situation as a skipper, from its Santner, you could rely on your lesser bowlers.
Catch it! Yes!
Just landing short, I believe. Some excitement from Jaden Lennox and Latham, but no reaction from Latham, which suggests that it perhaps landed just in front of him. He said no as soon as he got up. It looks as if the umpires want to have a check of it.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for fair catch. It's a fair delivery. Your best angle for fair catch, please. Can I have a zoomer for this, please? Or any other angle, please? Stand by. Yeah. Keep rolling nice and slow. Yeah. Yeah, it appears to be ball touching the ground. Can I have a previous angle, please? Yeah, please. Yeah, nice and slow. Yeah, roll forward. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, freeze. Can you roll back? Yeah. 1 frame more. Yeah, I can see the ball is touching the ground. So satisfied, my decision for big screen is.
Yeah, confirmation of not out, but some close calls for New Zealand in the last few overs. Thinking to themselves, just get a wicket, break this partnership, have a new batter in to restart.
I was making the point that Santner can turn to a few other options. Darryl Mitchell, right-hand medium pacer, bowls with a different pace, has a lot of experience, can be an option to get a wicket, can bring the golden arm. Chapman bowls a little bit of left-arm orthodox as well, so maybe it's something for Santner to consider. He's used 6 bowlers so far. They've all not been able to break this partnership. Time is running out.
Quality city, Leno. Oh, Leno, beautiful boy. Beautiful in.
207 for 2. The 61 needed for West Indies to pull off a victory in this first ODI. Casey Carty with 89, approaching 100 as well. We should hope both batters look quite settled. And you mentioned some options, Ganga. The skipper has decided that he's the man. He needs to find this wicket.
Squeeze on, lads, in again.
Haven't really seen Mit Santner operate from over the wicket to Casey Carty. He's bowled from round the wicket, trying to use that angle to deceive him with his lines, his lengths, probably get him out LBW. Just like that, Carty has responded well. Missed on a couple of occasions, got the inside edge on a few too. But he's kept him out, to his credit. Shehoop, on the other hand, just gets himself into a very good position where his front pad is not in front of the stump, where his bat could access the ball, and he uses the angles inside out with the turn at times, then the straighter one down to mid-on. See their bat coming through, neither forward nor back. But he finds a position that works for him as a batter. Shehoop. And for me, Stacey and viewers, that's been his difference as a batter playing here at Providence. That uptick in scoring in T20 cricket, it's about his approach, his body position, that allows him to play the ball either through the offside, the onside, without that front pad getting in the way. Whether the length is short of a good length, whether it's full, he's always in a great position as a batter. Did see during the CPL, that swing of his doesn't really go fully horizontal when trying to play square. Has that in-between stroke, going across the line but still keeping it relatively vertical.
Shehoop with his adaptable approach, getting a single to end that over, 211 for 2.
And the 40 overs, 211 score. That's a loss of 2. And the 40 New Zealand, 216 for the loss of 4.
I love what you're doing, boy. Smell for us here, Lynn.
West Indies just slightly behind where Sri Lanka was, sorry, New Zealand was at this stage. New Zealand, in this phase of the game, only managed to score 51 runs, the last 6 wickets, and didn't bat 1 ball. So, yeah, so despite West Indies slightly behind them, they're better placed. Required run rate is below 6 runs as well.
One mistake, lads. One mistake, boys. Yes, Leno, beautiful boy. Follow me, Leno.
Lennox into his final over.
Oh,
Yeah, 2-dot balls on the trot. I suspect for New Zealand now is how do they squeeze these two West Indian batters and just create some pressure, get a new batter in.
Brilliant boy.
Let's appreciate how terrific Casey Carty has been in this innings. He's 9 away from yet another ODI century. 4 centuries in this format previously. Again, I did follow his first-class sojourn this season. Had that big 100 against Trinidad and Tobago in Antigua, 147. So he's been able to use his starts to good effect. He's trained himself with good habits, even at the lower level.
It has been great concentration and selection from Casey Carty. 214 for 2.
Show. One mistake here, lads. Come on.
Yeah, to add to what you were saying, Darren, you take a batter, I mean, anyone in that situation who was on a high, have a period of lull. Sometimes it's hard to fight and get back to your best, and you start overthinking things. But his process has been good today, Casey Carty.
I was making the point earlier that every batter goes through a period of lean form, discovering something new about his or her game. He's gone through that process. Nice quick single. And more often than not, you come out a better player when you've been through that process, because it pushes you to reflect, to be introspective, maybe to learn something about your approach that you could reinforce for better outcomes. I think Casey Carty has gone through a few of those phases, so too Shea Hope.
You add the backroom staff to that as well. When you're having a lean period, just to have, you know, that backroom staff having that belief in you, that trust in your abilities, just having your back even when you're down, it really adds to your confidence as a player. I think West Indies, they've locked him in at number 3 and just continue to push him in that number 3 position, knowing that he will deliver for them.
The other thing we don't talk about when it comes to a player's preparation and production is self-management, how that player manages himself or herself off the field when there are moments of failure or when you fall short of expectation. These two have done it well.
Yeah, key takeaway, preparation and trust. 217 for 2.
wonderful partnership of 125 with 51 required from 48. New Zealand unable to find the wicket-taking prowess so far that keep them out front in the contest. Very good from Hope and Casey Carty. Fisher's back, hoping to find some success. It's been a solid partnership, Samuel Badri.
It really has been. 125 now, and they've looked largely unperturbed out in the middle. Just goes to show their dominance and how much they've controlled proceedings, and they've blunted everything that New Zealand thrown at them. No doubt the conditions changed with that dew factor, but they've managed the innings well.
Wait.
He spoke about their preference to chase and what they've done whilst chasing totals here in the West Indies, and with a total in front of them, knowing exactly how to go about things. This again is evidence.
Call is for 2. It could be more than that. Good stop. Nathan Smith still being professional. The move to number 3 from the middle order for Casey Carty has worked wonders. Yes, he's gone through a period, 12, 13 innings since that 100 at Cardiff last year, without a total in excess of 35 until tonight. 400s in 9 innings from November 2024. 2 that 100 in Cardiff. But his average at number 3 certainly puts it into perspective. 2 to 1 for 2. A good record for the West Indies against New Zealand in the West Indies. Yeah, I think his average at number 3 for Casey Carty since he's moved there. I think it should stamp out all questions about who bats at 4. Shea Hope has been good opening, batting at 4. A good return to his best form tonight.
It's a wonderful way to start a 5-match series, isn't it? When you can get a score like this, it really sets you up nicely, and hopefully for him and for the West Indies, he can convert this and be there, not out to the end. That's what he should be thinking. Redinka, and take your team over the line. Still 46 runs to get. Don't leave it for anyone else. And you do that, and then for the other games to come, you just build on that. And that's what West Indian fans and the public, they've been crying out for. Someone who can support Shea Hope in this format with the bat. Casey Carty has proven to be that person.
Very safely held by Nathan Smith. And it's the end of Casey Carty. He might reflect on this and wonder whether there was a need, but it's a good innings and a good return to form for him.
Yeah, trying to take on the fielder in the deep, not middling it. Reverse cup, the preferred method for Nathan Smith. Agonizingly short for Casey Carty. Excellent innings though, 223 for 3.
Sherfane Rutherford makes his way to the middle. 45 required from 38. It wasn't that long ago, 2024-25, he averaged over 100 in ODIs in 9 or 10 matches.
You're looking to perhaps get to the landmark in style. Just 5 runs away, couldn't beat the fielder in the deep. New Zealand, do they believe now? New batter out in the middle. 45 runs still needed is their belief, but look at the reception for Casey Carty.
Extra fielder in the ring to try to create some pressure, no slip. Last shot should be a couple of runs for Rutherford. .225 for 3.
The West Indies need 43 runs from 56 balls.
Fisher searching for his first wicket in ODIs, then there'll be more opportunity in the second one-day international right here at Providence, followed by the third. And then we move to Barbados for fourth and fifth. would be an important win to start the series, because the West Indies are more desperate than New Zealand to get some points, seeking direct qualification to the World Cup in 2027. New Zealand bereft of a number of their first choice players. And they still fight and they still rally as a whole. And that's why the West Indies are desperate. New Zealand well positioned. Another 2 runs for Rutherford.
Yeah, he's gotten going quite quickly, especially exactly what they needed. And just to be clear, even if the West Indies win this series, there is no guarantee that they're going to go ahead of Bangladesh, but it will improve their chances of getting into the top 9. And for all intents and purposes, the top 9 teams there, because South Africa in 4th position will automatically qualify as one of the co-hosts.
There is a noise. Eyes on Mitch Santner, who reviews it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra-edge, please. Yeah, keep rolling. Keep rolling. Yeah, I can see clear gap between ball and bat. Roll back one more time, please. Now roll forward, forward. Yeah, flat line when ball passes the bat. So satisfied, no bat involved. Alex, stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen, make a signal, please.
Top class decision from Alex Wolff, actually. There was a noise, it was bat hitting ground after the ball had passed. In real time, Shafi Rutherford says his hand slipped. Wouldn't have mattered. Very good on-field decision initially.
It's so important for Rutherford to keep turning the strike over. A new batter at this stage can easily soak up dot balls and then exert a lot of pressure on the set batter. But 4 from 4 indicates that he's able to keep the scoreboard ticking over. 5 from 5 now and get Hope back on strike. Very much in charge, but stranger things have happened in cricket.
Placement very good for a couple. 2-3-1 for 3. 37 required from the last 5 overs with 7 wickets in hand. A well-set Shea Hope. West Indies will fancy chasing it.
Yes, Beastie. Lovely that boy. Lovely Beastie.
Shivan Rutherford will be eyeing up that extra cover region for the off spinner. He's one of the West Indians, the few West Indians who can play that shot inside out with great power and effect.
Just short. Very good effort from Nathan Smith. He's an absolute live wire. He's hurt himself, I think. Maybe jammed the finger into the ground. So very good stop, trying to come in to take the catch, but still putting his body on the line so that it doesn't go past him for 4.
Yeah, precisely the region that Rutherford was aiming for. Just outer portion of the bat, so he didn't get it as straight as he would have liked. But yeah, exceptional effort. Quite a few fielders would have pulled out of that and waited for the ball to bounce.
Too easy for Shea Hope. He continues to show solidity, run scoring, and understanding the importance of his innings to the team.
Wonderful from the West Indies captain. So quick to pick up length. Anything that's short, and then the power to go with it. Real exceptional talent, Shea Hope.
If the West Indies, and they're in pole position to get across the line, 29 from 26. Just jumping ahead, and if they get across the line, they'll look at Vital Laws and Alzari Joseph's bowling as key points. Middle overs wickets and end overs containment and wickets from Joseph and Laws.
He's eyeing up that area again. He's trying to get that right foot outside the line of the ball so that he can access that extra cover region. You're just getting some repair work done on the field.
Kiwi fast bowlers and fingers in the last few weeks, not a good friendship. Therefore, vital runs. I think they might want to check this, in fact. Confirmation of the ball hitting the ropes, so 4 welcome runs on the leg side for Shafeen Rutherford.
New Zealand would reflect on their batting effort and where they were positioned for much of the game and where they eventually ended up. A lot of credit to the West Indian bowlers for the stranglehold they placed on them. They'll also identify the change in conditions under the light. The next two matches here are also day-nighters, so the toss becomes important. Take nothing away from the West Indians, though.
Two's a call again, and they should get it. Nathan Smith doing a lot of good work out there again, as fast bowlers do. But 2 comfortable runs, 19 required from 18, 249 for 3.
Runs required, 18 deliveries. That's legal deliveries.
Right, Nathan Smith, after his exertions at deep cover, has been given the ball because it's 19 required from 18. Hope and Rutherford, while they won't want to leave any room for error, won't want it to go down to too much in that final over. If it gets there, anything can happen, so they'll still have to play with some urgency, although try to play risk-free. They'll make changes as they go through the series, New Zealand. A number of players will value experience. Yep, they'll play with some urgency. It won't go for 4. And they'll get 2.
Yeah, hails from Guyana, Shrift and Rutherford, so there's the familiarity with the conditions. But as you so rightly pointed out, they don't want to take this into the final over with too much to do. So they look to expose Nathan Smith in this over, get as many as they can and just counter thereafter.
Nice for them to get that win. They've lost 5 ODIs on the trot. 3 straight in New Zealand. Of course, they lost to Sri Lanka in that rain-affected series. On to Bangladesh. So it'll be a welcome win and a start, they will hope, towards winning a series that's still some way off. Working their way up the ranking. Another World Cup without the West Indies direct qualification. It's not what fans want.
And so Darren Sammy and management, they have that balance to strike. Yes, they want to win every game they play. They want to win series. They want to get those points. But at the same time, they also want to shape what their ideal squad would look like for that World Cup, for the qualifiers, whichever it may be. And exposure for them too is so important. We saw the debutant today, and there'll be raving reviews about him and what he's done. And no doubt he'll get further opportunities in this series to build on that.
Well, for me, I think the best way to go about this would be to play what you consider your strongest team in the first few games of a series. Hope that you can wrap up the series. New Zealand will have their say, and then you can sort of tweak and maybe play a few of the fringe players for experience. But for these first 3 matches, you have to play whatever you consider is your best, strongest, and potentially winning team for the conditions. New Zealand can operate differently. And even if you have to make changes, let's say a Jaden Seals comes in, make sure that you're not weakening your team. You're only doing it unless someone needs management. But again, New Zealand will, as Mitch Santner says, they don't like losing, so they will have a response if they cannot defend 14 from 13. Still work to do. 13 required from the last 2 overs.
The last ball of the previous over, just trying to glean how wet it is out there. You can see Mitch Santner unable to stop, and you can see the glistening of the grass. So the dew factor, and look at that ball as well, difficult to see.
Magnificent. Superb from Shea Hope.
Yeah, it's certainly not difficult for Shea Hope to see. First ball of the over, immediate pressure exerted on the Kiwis. And just 7 now needed from 11. This has been more than a captain's knock from Hope, again showing his prowess in this format. Scored a century just a couple of days ago, so in fine form.
Talked a lot at the halfway point that we didn't know how good a score it was because conditions could evolve under lights, and the dew formation was apparent at the halfway mark. But great credit to Vital Laws as he continues to grow, and to the selection panel for instituting him at age 19. No senior professional games prior to this. And Alzarri Joseph, cannot be understated how good Alzarri Joseph was at the back end to limit New Zealand to 267. There's Vital Laws. And as someone just said, a vital contribution from Vital. Ravi Rampal on the right will be very pleased. Always smiling, well, almost always. There's Alzarri. I thought he was brilliant, brilliant at the back end particularly. Up and over. And over the boundary. Yes, confirmed 6 and confirms the win for the West Indies. Breaking a streak previously of 5 consecutive losses in this format of the game and giving Vital Laws a wonderful feeling on his debut, senior debut for the West Indies. A win here by 7 wickets and 1-0 up in this 5-match series here against New Zealand.
Another victory for West Indies in a chase. Make that 9 out of 10 times now they've successfully chased at home. And everyone played their part. Nice little partnerships all the way through. Darren Sammy will be very pleased by what he saw, the decisions they made, and they've struck the first blow in this 5-match series. Lots of cricket still left, but really wonderful for these fans who came out, and West Indian fans wherever you may be. You look at the rankings and you look at the result, this would please you to no end. Amazing stuff here at Providence.
And while Shea Hope played a very good hand, it was Sherfin Rutherford, the local lad, who finished the game in absolute style. Nikita Miller can smile now. And Vital Laws is always smiling. Jamaica's proud. St. Catherine is proud. The West Indies are proud. And don't forget Casey Carty and his return to his best form. And the average goes up for Shea Hope, already averaging over 50. Great to start the series, and more work to be done. For New Zealand, they will reflect on not maximizing their scoring in the last phase, the last 10 overs of their innings.
Yeah, Hope with 87, unbeaten, Carty with 95, and that partnership that really took the game away from New Zealand. Rutherford, the icing on the cake, 22 from 16. Campbell and O'Gee's got starts. So it's a nice sight for a West Indian fan, that batting scorecard. Only the 3 wickets down to overhaul the target.
Duffy 1 for 52, Lennox 1 for 55. Bracewell with a solitary wicket of Casey Carty. Fisher got a good workout, still waiting for his first ODI wicket. With Santner caused quite a few problems actually, but no wickets for him. The due formation came in. We'll hear from the captains actually as to how much of a factor it was, if a factor at all. But it does mean the West Indies start this 5-match series with a 7-wicket win on the back of Vital Laws and Alzari Joseph with their excellent bowling, Gudakesh Moti as well, and half centuries from Carty and Hope. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a short break and we'll be back here at Providence with the presentation.